3 to 5 with DBL. Flashes out of the crowd trying to run down Kelsey and Lady Aster, and in they come charging down the Canterbury Park stretch in the lid lifter. And Lady Aster means business, and means business at a fat number. It's Lady Aster 5, Clubhouse Saint a beaten favorite, and Lady Astrid is top lady in race number 1. And they're racing. And they're off with Lock It Down, locking down that early lead. And of the quartet, Lock It Down, fastest of all with 1 lap to go. Midnight Current is keeping her former stablemate within her sights. Midnight Current about 2 lengths from the lead. After that, we have Rollin' Blackout to the outside of Latin Nikita. And said quartet is covered by 4 and chasing the razor sharp Lock It Down. And Lock It Down tries to lock down race 2 and wire-to-wire fashion. Lock It Down and Roman cruising along with a 2-length lead. Midnight Current lay second. After that, Latin Nikita 3 lengths from the front, and attached to her is Rollin' Blackout. Lock It Down is doing it reasonably and leading it by 1, and she's loose on the lead. Midnight Current niggled at a bit by Salt. After that, Latin Nikita and Rollin' Blackout with the rider trying to sweep the double, 4 lengths from the lead. Lock It Down trying to win 5 in a row. Midnight Current shaking up now, still 1 in arrears, and about 2.5 clear from Latin Nikita. And Rollin' Blackout now finds herself 5 lengths from the front, and the front belongs to Lock It Down. Midnight Current used to share a home with Lock It Down, and she's trying to run by her friend. Midnight Current, Lock It Down, Latin Nikita the inside. There goes Midnight Current striding out beautifully. Latin Nikita flashing home sweetly on the inside, but Midnight Current gets a good one in before Festival, and she wins by 2. They're racing. Swift beginning for Diplomatica. Swanage also being ridden for speed. And Diplomatica shoots clear by a length and a half. Oh Babe is 5 lengths from the lead and to the inside of Chickaboom, who's to the outside of Golden Gopher. And Fall Moon is 9 lengths rearmost. And around the corner they go. And the leader is Diplomatica racing in path 3. Diplomatica stylishly by 3. Swanage lay second, 1.5 to the good of Fall Moon. Fall Moon actually overtaken now by Golden Gopher. And Golden Gopher's 3 from the front as Diplomatica slows down on that pace. Oh Babe comes creeping through to the inside. After that, it's Chickaboom. Chickaboom is 5th and about 5 out of it. 2.5 clear from Fall Moon, and they have 3.5 furlongs to travel. And it's Diplomatica trying to sail wire to wire at 4 to 5. Swanage is alongside within a half. Then it's Oh Babe to the inside of Golden Gopher, and Golden Gopher's beginning to unwind with the strides to the outside. Likewise for Fall Moon, who's running on fast, and Chickaboom goes back to last, and Diplomatica's still first. Diplomatica, the filly, has called the shots every step of the way in the Floridian, leads it by 2.5 from Swanage. Outside of that, Golden Gopher. Fall Moon continues to finish resolutely, but it's going to be too late because Diplomatica and Eddie G have taken them wire to wire. Diplomatica first, Fall Moon second. It is 5-6-3 in race 3. racing, and they broken a line. Devoted to You is devoted to early speed, and Go for Gold also is prominent at 5-1. After that, Berserk to the outside of Beat the Heat. Then we come back to Chest Candy, 6 lengths from the front. Just Blaze is also 6, maybe 7 out of it. And Bob's All In, that 8-year-old is last, and about 8 lengths from a pretty dawdling early pace. Devoted to You, not going that quickly, and leading it by 2.5, maybe 3. Go for Gold lay second. Berserk still to the outside of Beat the Heat, and they now are 6 lengths from the front, and about 1.5 lengths clear from Chest Candy, who goes bouncing into action around the turn. 7 out of it. Just Blaze to the inside of that one, and Bob's All In still is last, and still about 9-10 from the front, and they have 3.5 to go. Devoted to You, wire to wire on his mind. Go for Gold in second. Devoted to You picks it up, so does Go for Gold. Berserk's taking third from Beat the Heat. After that, we have Chest Candy winding up to the outside of Just Blaze, and then it's Bob's All In, who still is last, and Devoted to You still is first. Go for Gold working very hard to get by this tearaway 6. After that, it's Just Blaze, and then we come back to Beat the Heat to the inside, and they come charging down the Canterbury Park stretch, and on the inside, Devoted to You. Go for Gold, super prominent and super game to the outside. Devoted to You gamely sticks out the neck. Go for Gold may have to settle for the silver. Devoted to You, wire to wire. And they're racing. Frosted Temptation won the start. Tap That Dial now speeds up. And now between runners, we have Baby Nova. Baby Nova has grabbed the lead. Inside of that is Burn Boss. Then it's Score McCoy being ridden very hard, about 7 lengths from the lead. And they have 4.5 furlongs to go. Race 5, CBY, and 4 line up. It's Baby Nova to the outside of Burn Boss, joined by Tap That Dial. Frosted Temptation, widest of all, but makes it a line of 3 with 3/8 to go. Still way back to Score McCoy, and they're off the far turn. Tap That Dial attacks Baby Nova. It is Tap That Dial, the 3-5 favorite, to the outside of the 11-1 pesky Baby Nova, and they've run away from Frosted Temptation and Burn Boss, and still nothing from Score McCoy, and they head for home with 3/16 of a mile to travel, and Tap That Dial edges clear from Baby Nova. After that, Frosted Temptation, Score McCoy running on very quickly from behind, but only for the bottom part of the exacta, because Tap That Dial annihilated them. And they're racing. Bit of a slow beginning for Color Me Legendary from the wide barrier, and shortly after the start, Gabriel's Legend went all the way back to last. Undertow's in first with Cal L right alongside. It is Undertow, the favorite, attempting to run away from this long shot Cal L, and the leader Undertow has the rider put the pedal to the metal and opens up by 2. After that, Cal L, 1.5 lengths clear from already below 0. Color Me Legendary recovers and finds the feet to be on the move, and 5 out of it. Meanwhile, Undertow, going a bit quickly, opens up by 3. After that, we have Rejection Hurts, and that one is 10 lengths behind the stablemate, and 1.5 clear from Mystifier. Then we come back to Gabriel's Legend beginning to move in. Less than a half mile to go, and Undertow slows down a smidge. Cal L, that long shot, pesky to the inside. Outside of that, already below 0. Color Me Legendary wide around the turn. Rejection Hurts beginning to run on, 7 lengths out of it. Then we come back to Gabriel's Legend to the inside of Mystifier, and now they're all packed up, separated by 6, and round about the quarter pole, Cal L angles to the outside of Undertow, and at 35 to 1, Cal L has kicked clear. Outside, Rejection Hurts is finishing beautifully. Gabriel's Legend to the outside of that one, and then it's Mystifier late on the scene. Rejection Hurts at 2.5 to 1, making them all heard in race 6. Rejection Hurts by 3. And away they go. Perfect beginning. Not a Dance at a fat number comes out nicely from the 7 spot, but so does Quarantena Bambino. And that 4's looking to grab the lead and run away, but now holding tight on the inside, revs up and rallies to join the lead. Tale of Truth also in that clump. Then we come back to the Swayze Express, watching the 4-pronged pace battle from 3 out of it. Not a Dance outbroke the field, but that Dance is now the Moonwalk, 7 lengths out of it, and far clear from Russell. Into the far turn they travel. AC Doocy, Tale of Truth attacking, holding tight. Quarantena Bambino on the move to the outside. Behind them, the Swayze Express, and that one's about 2.5 lengths from the lead to the inside of Water to Wine. And around about the quarter pole, Tale of Truth, trying to be the truth in race number 7. Quarantena Bambino attacking, holding tights, heading the wrong way. After that, Water to Wine's beginning to run on, and behind them, the Swayze Express. It is Tale of Truth edging clear by 1.5, maybe 2. Quarantena Bambino is next. Water to Wine looking for a miracle, 3 out of it. Then we come to Not a Dance on the outside, chasing Tale of Truth, but they're chasing in vain, and the People's Choice prevails. And they're racing. Come on, Sweet Pea, per usual, takes well off the pace, and Sundance Star pops nicely. Sundance Star crushed all the way down to 3.5 to 1, has grabbed the lead. The speedy Atlantic Princess revs up to the outside, likewise for Piper Rose, and now we have nearly 3 astern around that turn, and they have 3/4 of a mile to go. Lila's a Lucky Lady, the veteran, is about 3-4 lengths from the lead, and now taking the lead is Atlantic Princess, and Atlantic Princess at 6 to 1 skirts clear by 2. Impulsa steadily advancing, 7 lengths from the lead. Brahms is who? Heading the wrong way and overtaken by Come On, Sweet Pea. And they have a half mile to go, and they're chasing Atlantic Princess. The riders looking for a triple. Piper Rose is outside of that one. Sundance Star went speedily around the first turn, but now relegated to 3rd, 3 out of it. And Impulsa continues to gradually close in. Likewise for Come On, Sweet Pea, 6 out of it, going by Lila's Lucky Lady. And Brahms is who continues to whip them in. Meanwhile, Lindy has a tight hold on Atlantic Princess at 6 to 1, and they have 1/4 of a mile to go. And Atlantic Princess means business. Now Sundance Star on Sweet Pea. Atlantic Princess has been collared and passed by Sundance Star, and the sun may be setting on the others. Piper Rose, pesky to the outside. Late charge from Lila's Lucky Lady, but number 1 is number 1 in race 8. Sundance Star prevails. Stevie B, Travelin' Trixie, Irish Laddie regressing, JJ's Blue Moon surging, Stevie B winning.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the playing of our national anthem. Good afternoon and welcome to beautiful Canterbury Park here in Shakopee, Minnesota, where the main track is listed as fast and the turf course is firm. If you'll get your programs handy, we'll go over the changes on tonight's 8-race card. Races 1, 2, 3, and 4 have no changes. 1 through 4 here tonight, free and clear of changes. Moving to the 5th race, our only scratches so far on the card. Take out the 8 Supreme Capo and the 9 Dive Deep. Race 5, take out the 8 and the 9. In races 6, 7, and 8, there are no changes. 6, 7, and 8 clean, free and clear, no changes. Main track is fast, turf course is firm. And now we bring in all the goodness that is Miss Angela Herman with everything important going on right out here at Canterbury Park.
Well, thank you, Kevin, and welcome to the First Bet Studio. Saturday night racing is just 40 minutes away, and the Travers Stakes is going to come up right about the time of first post. If you're here at Canterbury, don't forget, you can go up to the 3rd floor, check out the clubhouse, and see everything that simulcast racing is all about. That's the Travers field right behind me, and you see some of the titans of the 3-year-old division. Triple Crown winners, Triple Crown race winners, lined up against each other 1 through 7. A new face on the outside in Scotland, and 2-year-old Champ Forte looking to pick up victory again in the Travers. That one is going to go off in a little bit. Head to the 3rd level. Go to Clubhouse. You can check out the Travers. That's race 12 at Saratoga, and they're just getting underway out west at Del Mar. These are 2 of the premier meets of the year. You can watch and wager on them right here before you get to your wagering night at Canterbury. That's on the 3rd floor. You can get an MVP card there. You can get your racing forms there, and you can check out the Travers to see which one of these horses is going to get the Midsummer Derby at Saratoga, approximately 5:11. That's right around the time that we'll take off for this Saturday night card. Again, 8 races, fast dirt and firm turf. Now, if you already have the MVP card, you've already got your bets in for the Travers. we're going to turn back the clock a little bit to last night as we congratulate a local guy. You can see him right here. A big part of Minnesota and Oklahoma racing got his 1,000th win last night with Medalla Match. We congratulate Mike Beeler on behalf of all of us upstairs on picking up win number 1,000. He was knocking on the door for a little bit up here, but he got it at Remington Park last night with Medalla Match. Now, speaking of Mike Beeler, speaking of very fast Minnesota breds, we're going to see a lot of them come together on the biggest day, or one of the biggest days each summer. That is the Festival of Champions. Festival of Champions is coming up in a couple of Saturdays on the 9th, and that is where you will see the best of the best as far as Minnesota breds face off. 2-year-olds, turf horses, main track sprints, all of it. All the very best of the state breds and the great stories that come with them coming up on Festival of Champions night. That is Saturday, September 9th. Time is running out. If you haven't got to one of these big events this year, Festival of Champions is one of the biggest, and it's a night you're not going to want to miss right out here at the park. That features a lot of great horses, but there's a lot of great wagers on those horses. And here at Canterbury Park, we have 10% takeout from the beginning of the card to the end of the card. There's some overlap in the middle, but the post time pick 4 always starts in race number 1. That's a 10% takeout pick 4. It's a 50-cent minimum, and it's the complement to the pick 5 that you see in the last 5 thoroughbred races of each night. Now, of course, tonight that's going to start in race number 4. The late pick 4 starts in race number 5, but the post time pick 4, like I said, always starts in the first race at 5 o'clock. And if you've made some money at Saratoga today, you're going to want to parlay that up into these 10% takeout wagers. The less we take out, the more you get back, and that'll start coming up in race number 1. Now, we do have a show down in the paddock, and that is today at the races. We got a couple of our regulars up there down there in the paddock, that being Jeff Madej and Kevin Gorg. KFAN today at the races is something that's been a tradition around here at Canterbury, but sadly we also have to bid farewell to a very special member of the Canterbury family in today's Today at the Races. Mr. Dale Shenan sadly passed away, and Jeff Madej has more information coming up in Today at the Races.
It is a Saturday in the park. Hello, I'm Kevin Gorg, joined by the great Jeff Madej. We are going to take you through the entire balance of this card at Canterbury. And certainly, Jeff, for all of us that have worked out here as long as you have and I have and Paul Allen and Angela, it's a heavy-hearted day, without a doubt. Dale Shenan, if you drive into Canterbury, maybe you don't know this, but it's Shenan Street that connects a lot of the roads to our parking lot here at the track. He's a founding father of Canterbury Park. Without Dale Shenan, we're not here right now. And just a genuinely great guy, fun guy to be around, and passed away here in the last 24 hours.
Yeah, really, Mr. Dale, and along with Kurt Sampson and Randy Sampson, of course, they brought Canterbury Park back. The Downs closed in 1992, and it didn't look like there'd ever be racing in Minnesota again. And Mr. Dale was kind of the energy behind it. Kurt and Randy, pretty methodical, got things done, but Mr. Dale was the energy. And we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for him. And he was one of a kind too. He wasn't just an absentee owner. He was here, and he kind of demanded the best from all of us as employees when we reopened. And in exchange for that, he became your friend. But he expected you to give the customers the best service you could. And I think a lot of us that were here back in '94 took that to heart.
I remember a weekend just last summer. Dale, these last couple of years, was down in Florida, living in Florida, retired down there, and watching all the races literally every single day when we were running. He would be watching, but he came into town, had a family obligation, was coming out to the track for the weekend, and I'll never forget, he walked in the press box, you were there, and he handed me $500, and he said, put this in an envelope. He said, make some bets throughout the weekend of the Canterbury races. I'm too busy. I'm entertaining family and friends. Just text me race by race what we have, and I'll share the winnings with you. And I'm like, this is awesome. As a track handicapper, I'm like, this is great. And so for the weekend, I got to play the horses with Dale's bankroll. We made a couple bucks, but we had some fun along the way. And it's hard to see such a big presence no longer going to be here at Canterbury. So Mr. Shenan, rest in peace. Praying for you, your family, and all your close friends, which you had many of here in Shakopee and around the world of horse racing. So we're thankful for all the hard work you put in to get this done, and we love each and every day we have out here.
Yeah, we were blessed to see some of his horses run. He wasn't just an owner of a racetrack and a founder of a racetrack. He was in the breeding business in the Downs days, and when Canterbury closed, I believe he had a stallion in Illinois. He never gave up on the business. And when he came back here, he ran some good ones. He won the Derby. He had Croc Rock, who was in the Hall of Fame, who was one of the fastest sprinters, Minnesota-bred sprinters we've ever seen. He had some good racehorses.
Yeah, a special day in horse racing for all of us, too, because if you work out here, you clearly have a passion for the game. And one of the most important races every year in horse racing on the calendar is the Travers Stakes. They've been doing it for over 150 years out at Saratoga. And when you come to Canterbury, you can play live racing, but you also can play simulcasting. And, Jeff, we're about, 40 minutes away from the Travers Stakes from glitzy Saratoga. We've got the Derby winner, the Preakness winner, the Belmont winner. Oh, and by the way, we've also got last year's Horse of the Year, Forte. We've got 7 of them, and honestly, you can make a case for each and every one of the 7 horses in the Travers this afternoon.
Yeah, this is a fun race because a lot of things have transpired since the Derby, right? There's these horses have matured. Some have gone forward, maybe some have gone backwards. I'm really intrigued, and you've got a price in here, and it's not one of the 4 horses you mentioned.
No, I'm going to go for National Treasure here. I'm going to take a swing on a speedball, and I just look at the way the track has been playing the last few days out at Saratoga. It's been a little speed friendly. They had to seal the racetrack, and I don't know what Scotland's going to do. He's the X factor. The 7 horse is Scotland. He's very, very talented. Bill Mott trying to get his first ever Travers win. It's going to happen at some point. I believe that. But National Treasure, ridden by Johnny Velasquez, trained by Bob Baffert's going to be in that 8, 9, 10 to 1 range. And hey, listen, I respect Forte. I think Arcangelo, the Belmont winner, is a super talented racehorse. Mage is a legitimate Derby winner that can win, but I want the lead. I want Johnny Velasquez on the engine. I'm going to try National Treasure, the 5. I think the 2 is a must-use in the trifecta and exactas. I've got the race 5, 2, and 4. You can bet that anywhere throughout the track, but third floor is where we do our horse book, and it's a beautiful place to play a race like the Travers.
So if you're going to bet on this, why not have some action? They're going to go to post about right after our first race goes official. It's race 12 at Saratoga, National Treasure, is number 5. All you have to do is walk up to the teller and say, I'd like to bet race number 12 at Saratoga. Give me X dollars to win number 5, and keep punching it, as Paul would say, till you run out of paper.
Good luck. Let's go to the Canterbury card because it's a good one. I've got a pick 4 and pick 5 that I played already today with my real money. I'm going to share those tickets with the public today. Race 1, though, Jeff, we start out the post-time pick 4 with a very balanced field here at 1 mile. This is a starter optional claiming race. And the world, and I mean the handicapping world that we respect, is on Willie the Cobbler, but neither of us go with the Cobbler.
No, and neither of us go with the one Eisenstat, who's the 6-5 morning line favorite with 3 consecutive wins and an 89 Beyer speed figure that really towers over the rest of these. Sign of the Cross has been chasing Eisenstat the last 2 times. I think maybe tonight's the night that he reels that one in. 2-1 on the morning line. I think we might get a little better price than that, but that's the direction I'm going.
I'm with you. You know what? The Cobbler's going to be coming. He's a big closer. The 3 is absolutely a horse to consider. Eisenstat's been sharp. He's going to be on the engine, and he's inside on the fence. So I don't know how you do a pick 4 ticket without using the 1. But I thought the 5 horse might get lost in the wagering, and as I turn around right now, he's 5-2, 3-1, so he's not really getting lost. But I still think he's a fair price. We get Lindy Wade. I love his patience in the saddle. He can sit right outside that 1 and try to pounce when they turn for home. I'm going to use all 3 of them, though, in my post-time pick 4. I think 1, 3, and 5 are all kind of in that easy mid to low 70 Beyer speed figure. If you look at most of their, top races, I think that 89 last time that Eisenstat ran's a bit of an aberration. I don't think he can duplicate that. If he can, then he should be 2-5. But 5, 1, and 3 for me.
That's a pretty good place to start that pick 4, I believe. The 2 Political Riot. Now that's TVW, Taylor Van Winkle.
We love her.
Trainer, daughter of a Hall of Famer Dave Van Winkle. Pretty impressive victory last time. Remember that horse when Chad was riding it?
Yes.
Just could not hold it any longer, went to the lead and just powered away. Now, granted, that was 4,000 claimers. This is a step up in class. Speed figure a little bit below that, but I think Political Riot at some point is going to get a call.
Well, and I also think the horse is going to get a good trip because we know the 1 likely goes inside. So I like the trip this horse is going to get, maybe sitting just off the pace. And if the horse can make that sharp move like he did last time, then certainly a horse that for sure will be forgotten in the wagering might be a horse that can clomp into that exactor trifecta for you and amplify your payoffs. Let's move on to the second race, 5 furlongs on a firm turf. Jeff, we've got 5 2-year-old girls battling here. This race, to me, unlike the first, which I thought had some balance to it, this one looks a little top-heavy.
Well, I'm just curious if you think the 4 Adios Muchachas could be a Dairy Queen. What do you think about that? Could be very, very fast and could be long gone. Going to have to deal with the 1 Cress's Little Charm, who's 0 for 5. For a 2-year-old, I think that's a lot of races. We know that horse has some speed, and she's going to go from the rail. But if Adios Muchachas, Quinones, and Padilla teaming up again, I think this horse could be the real deal.
Yeah, when Jeff says Dairy Queen, we've got a friend of ours. We're not going to use his name here, but once in a while he'll give us a tip and say this horse is going to win and win from here to the Shakopee Dairy Queen, which is a significant margin of victory, I might add. Muchachas is the horse that I think will go favored. I fell into the 1 horse. I just think that racing experience matters. I don't mind the bloodlines for the turf. Lewis Michael, her sire, was really good on synthetic, so I think that turf form translates. She's the granddaughter of Rahi, which is all about turf racing. But if she doesn't fire her absolute best, the 4 horse certainly looks like with her workouts she could be a runner. I go 1, 4, and 2, and I think it's the 1 or the 4. I don't really see anybody else that can win this race, at least on paper.
No, we agree. I'm 4-1 too, but we've got the same 3. You just box them up, cash a ticket, and move along to race number 3. That one we're going a mile. These are claimers, $10,000 types. There are 6 of them in here, and there's a horse in the 3. Don't box me in. 8-5 morning line. Would you book my wager right now at 8-5?
Yeah, book. If you can give us 8-5 right now, I'm going to head to that cash machine in the card club, take out a quick 500, and I'll lock in at 8-5 gladly with Mr. Sampson out here. I don't think that horse will be more than 3-5, and probably rightfully so. I mean, Don't Box Me In, Jeff, is so very sharp right now. A win and a second-place finish, and you're facing, frankly, a bunch of horses here have been racing against softer competition. This horse has been facing $15,000 claimers. The rest of the field's been facing $10,000 claimers and under. The only horse I was intrigued by was the 1. I think the 1, Seeking Splendor, is super sneaky, and you know Miguel Angel Silva. This guy pops at prices. So even on my post-time pick 4, I'm going to use both the 1 and the 3. I'm not just going to single here and take the easy way out. I think the 3 is the most likely winner. I think the 3 is going to be 3-5, but I do think the 1 has a legitimate chance to upset at around 4 or 5-1.
Yeah, I do think you'll get a price there because Zaffa, the 6 horse, will get bet here too. Ran right behind Don't Box Me In last time, but had a wide trip. Horse got hung out wide going into the turn. I think Zaffa for Tony Rengsdorf, by the way, another Minnesota guy who's having an extremely good meet, winning at over a 20% clip. That horse will take money. So if you think you can beat Don't Box Me In, or maybe you're looking to add some value to one of your sequential tickets, I think Seeking Splendor, I think you're going to get all of that at 9-2. I really do, because I think those other 2 for some well-known trainers, and the Silva horses oftentimes kind of fly under the radar. I just don't think I can beat Don't Box Me In. So for me, that's a single. 3-6-1. For me in that race.
And maybe the most important race on the Canterbury card today, if you play a lot of horizontal wagers, which you and I both do, it's race 4. Race 4 closes the post-time pick 4, and it starts our pick 5. So the 2, I think, best values in the game, the post-time pick 4 and our pick 5, both with a 10% takeout, are linked up in this race, right in the middle of the card. And once again, the handicapping world has come in on Burning Leaves, and I have somebody else. So I'm a little bit nervous about getting the clown nose today, because everybody I respect is on Burning Leaves. I don't know who you've got.
I have Burning Leaves.
Okay, well, it's just me and Super Statsy, the green sheet guy, on the 1. I like Hey Captain Jack. I saw enough in that debut. I loved it in late July, and now Brianna McDaniel takes over the training. She's got a horse that's got plenty of speed. We get Kelsey Haar, so you know Mouse is likely going to that same cash machine I just referenced, because he's not letting Kelsey win at a price. And guess what? We're going to be second choice, and we're going to get the lead, and we're going to be long gone. So you can have your Burning Leaves. I'm going to try the captain inside. I'll use both on my pick 4 and pick 5. I think it's a 2-horse race.
I think Burning Leaves has that experience edge that you talked about in a prior race. And Hey Captain Jack won. The pace was slower, but I don't think you can hang that on this horse. I mean, it went to the lead and went as fast as it needed to. We don't know that this horse can't be better, and it closed quickly as well. Even though I think the horse could have just galloped home, won by open lengths, but it still effortlessly closed quickly. So it's one of those 2. It's the 3 or the 1. I probably am going to use both of them to close out my pick 4, and I'm going to use both of them to start my 50-cent pick 5, which begins here. And you're right, this is a crucial race. It's the one that if you don't have it right, your early wager might end, and your late wager will be over before it even starts. So we got to make sure we hit this. Is there a 3rd horse in this 5-horse field that could win?
I don't believe so. And I guess you'd look at the 2, Passing Time, who on speed figures certainly fits, has some early speed. Won by 8 last time, but that was back in June. We haven't seen him since. And then you got Big Boy McCoy, who figures to be a little bit off the pace and maybe picking up some pieces late. I just think it's the 1 or the 3. I really think in this race, it's one of those 2. And so I like it because now I can budget, play that pick 4, Jeff, and then link up that pick 5 without having to use 4 or 5 horses in the most important race of the day. And I think a lot of people will probably single the 3. I know Michael Hockman, who religiously bets your picks here at Canterbury, sees you with Burning Leaves on top, and he will single for size and try to hit this pick 5. In fact, he might single Burning Leaves and use all in the next 4 legs, because he's loaded with cash every time I see him.
Well, he used to be until he started betting my picks. I mean, you can see him back there. Guy can't even afford a tie anymore. That's how bad things have gone since he started playing my selections. So, I agree, though, going shallow in that race might make a lot of sense depending on your bankroll, because race 5, I think, is absolutely wide open. 5 furlongs on the grass. Tell me a horse who can't win here. This is an extremely competitive field. We're scratching the 8 and the 9. That leaves you with 8 horses, and you could go all here.
Well, I went 4 deep on my pick 5 ticket, and I leave off Mr. Banjo Man, who I think has a legitimate chance to get to the front and never look back. This is without a doubt the best betting race at Canterbury of the weekend. You've got Happy Hour Bobby, you've got Released, you've got Haya, you've got Channel 1, Optimal Courage, Marvelous Thunder is super super, super sneaky inside. All that being said, I know one thing. Optimal Courage fires each and every time they put the horse in the gate. I love horses like this 4-horse, and he runs on dirt, he runs on turf, he runs on mud. It doesn't matter. He fires with his shot every time. He has speed, yet he can pass horses. He's 5 for 7 on the Canterbury turf with a second and a third. So as deep as this race is, and it is, the power play is here, and there will be a pick 5 ticket I have singling this 4. The rest of my tickets, I am going to spread and go very, very deep. For me, I've got the race 4, 10, and 1. And I'm going to tell you right now, do not sleep on Marvelous Thunder for the trifecta at a huge price.
No, Marvelous Thunder, the 1, is my top pick in here, in fact.
Whoa.
He's won 3 times on the turf at Canterbury. Whoa. Loves this 5-furlong distance, has speed. 5 furlongs on the turf, folks, is a speed race. We haven't seen many closers come off. I think Kelsey rides this horse extremely well. It's a veteran horse, knows its way around, second off the layoff. It's an Arkansas bred, but they don't have turf at Oaklawn. So you're thinking, well, why would an Arkansas bred want to win here? It's because this horse loves to win on the turf. In fact, all 3 lifetime starts from 20 career starts, 3 of 9 on the grass. This is the spot for Marvelous Thunder. It's 8-1. If I'm going to build some value, if I'm going with a lot of favorites in some of the other races, I need to find a price. 8-1 on Marvelous Thunder. I go 1, 3, and 4. Race 5, we've got 2-year-olds, and this is a tough one, I believe. I've got a horse on top, and I'm going to look over at the breeders and the owners over there just to see what they think about Mo Mesa. Because there, I got the thumbs up. That's all I needed. I've got the 3 Mo Mesa on top. That's all there is.
Wow. Okay, I've got the 3 nowhere. I've got the 3/5.
Sorry about that. You'll be tearing up your ticket. I'll be live with a chalk, an 8-1, and another 8-1.
Well, and isn't this horse like a half to Lover Girl, who we saw the same routine with last year, where they went to Assiniboia up in Winnipeg with a couple of tightening drills there, got to Canterbury, got serious, and remember that horse came out here and looked like she had wings, looked like a female version of Pegasus. So I don't have Mo Mesa anywhere. I've got to read. Mouse, if you're up in TV, I might have to redo my pick 5. This is a debacle. I've got the race 6, 8, and 10. I do think this race has a little long shot playability to it. I'm on the 6, who's 6-1. It's Johnny B. Gony. It's Joel Burnt. It's good turf bloodlines. It's a great gate jockey in Gallardo. But I'm going to have to find out how I can get the 3 on my ticket, because I'm not going to let a half to Lover Girl submarine my ticket. So I'll probably take the 1 off my ticket. Oh, that's a Lothenbach.
Yeah.
I might just have to add the 3 and intensify my value with my ticket. So 6, 8, 10, 1, and 3 will all be on my pick 5. I'll talk to Mouse up in graphics. We'll get that ironed out.
Yeah, Commissioner Aster makes a lot of sense, but comes from off the pace, and that's just not how you win at this racetrack. It hasn't been all meet long. You've got to be a little bit closer. Commissioner Aster certainly has a lot of talent here, and you got the Matson, Padilla, Quinones connections, and they win everything. But if that horse wins, it's not going to surprise me, but I just think you need a little bit more speed. So I go 3, 8, and 1 in race number 6, where we're going 5.5 furlongs. Young horses, and these are Minnesota bred, so this really is, with 2 weeks to go until festival, this is really the last chance for a 2-year-old that's aiming towards that September 9th Minnesota Festival of Champions.
Good point.
Last chance for them to get a race in, I think.
Yeah, and that's why you see such a talented field. So my advice, if you're playing the pick 5, is races 5 and 6, you're going to want to spread out. You're going to want to go deep in races 5 and 6. I think races 4 and even race 7, you can go a little skinnier, if not single, and then you want to have a couple options, I think, in the nightcap. But 5 and 6, to me, are both phenomenal betting races today. We move on to the 7th, Jeff. It's a 1-mile maiden special weight race for Minnesota Bred Company. This race, to me, there's going to be another favorite that's going to be heavily bet. The world is on. Total surprise. I've got a 12-1 shot I like, so I'm going to let you go first, and we'll see where you land, and I'll follow you up.
Well, my pick is not a total surprise. It is total surprise. The 7, 9-5. Now, 9 lifetime starts, no wins, 6 seconds. This horse might have that second-itis. Has been favored multiple times and fails to win. And when Joel Burnt and Lothenbach and Roman, that's the connections here, fail to win, there could be a problem, because all he does is win for Bob Lothenbach. So I can't single this horse. I think some people might try to, just because of the complexity of the other races. But that's my top pick. But I think that I'm going to have to use yours as well, because I don't know that I have a 12-1.
I like the 1. I'm going to give the 1 a try here. I don't see a ton of early speed in this race. And I think Cat on the Prowl, who ran into that Bruce Rican horse last time, Ramblin' Gamblin' Man, who was, I believe, 1-5, battled, did all the dirty work with the favorite, and then finally got tired. Remember, the favorite won by 10. This horse finished 4th, beaten by 11 and change. But that was the first ever route try for this one. Came back with a bullet workout. We get Carmona in the saddle. This youngster's only had 3 starts. He's hit the board in 2 of them. He'll be on the engine from the inside. Listen, 7 is without a doubt the most likely winner in this race, but I see a loss at even money. I see a loss at 2-1, 8-5, 4-5, 1-2, 4-5. So I'm okay taking a shot. I'm not going to let the horse beat me in my pick 5, but I will have a win bet on the 1, and I will use both the 1 and the 7 on my pick 5 ticket, hoping I can get lucky and beat a favorite that's likely going to be 3-5.
The 3's interesting too. Causeway Surprise for Rengsdorf, Suzanne Stables. That's another one that has some speed. Showed speed on the turf. Now switches back to the dirt.
Yeah.
I like that angle a little bit. So you're right. If you think that big chalk is vulnerable, and we know it is, because how many times have the experts said this is the winner, and it's finished second 6 times out of 9 starts and been favored probably in 7 of those. So if you can beat that chalk, the 1 is 12-1, the 3 is 10-1. Those are fair prices. Even the 4, Bruce Rican's horse, also switching from turf to dirt, same race, is going to be double-digit odds as well. Maybe this is where you go really deep.
Yeah, it might be. If you tell you what, if you hit the pick 5 tonight and you can beat the 7 in race 7, your payoff's going to be gigantic, because I believe at least half of the people out there are going to have tickets singling the 7 and the 7th, because the 7's going to be one of the few horses in the pick 5 sequence that's going to be 3-5 or 2-5, and people like to single those favorites and move along. So if you have an inkling like I do that the 1 has a chance, or anybody else in that race has a chance, do a smaller backup ticket singling your horse against the big favorite and try to get a real score, because as recent as 3 Sundays ago we saw this pick 5 pay over 30 grand. That's how you get 30 grand payoffs. You beat 3-5 shots, and this horse has been beaten at low odds before. So give it a look in race 7. I think it's a fun and interesting handicapping puzzle. If you're going to score that money in the pick 5, though, you got to finish race 8 with a winner. It's a 1-mile race, Jeff. $7,500 claimers. Who do you like?
I like the 1, Tiger Hunter. I think it's going to be a little bit of a price, because the majority of the money, I believe, goes to the 7, Glendale, who's in extremely good form, but another horse that has failed multiple times as a favorite. Tiger Hunter should get a good trip from the rail. Conones for Benny Woolley. I just think this horse has a very big chance to win at a square price.
Yeah, we're going to close the day on the same horse. I'm also on Tiger Hunter. I like the inside post. I like the natural speed, and I like Alonso Quinones. I think he'll give this horse a really good trip for a Derby-winning trainer to close out the pick 5. I go 1, 7, and 5.
That's a look at today's card. The horses are in the walking ring right now for the opener. So was Paul Allen, who's back from a Vikings game. What a great game that was, too. I mean,
a nail-biter for PA today to call, and I think, like all of us, we're just happy the preseason's over and the Vikings are healthy. In a week and a half, we'll get to see them in a real football game against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and I'm looking forward to the football season. I've got a couple more fantasy football drafts before we get going, and that just kind of ties into what we do here at the track. You got to find the hidden talent and hopefully find some financial freedom with it. Here in the first, you and I both land on the outside horse, and look at our price. We give out the horse, and the price is doubled. Nobody's betting our horse. This is wonderful.
Well, that's it's like Let It Ride. Who do you like? And you draw a line through it. We'll see. I'll take 4-1 on this horse. We knew that the 1 Eisenstat, based on that giant speed figure, was going to get fed, and looks like look at the size of that animal.
That's a behemoth racehorse and a muscular-looking horse. 1 makes a real nice impression here in the paddock. Here comes that 3-ball that everybody's on except for you and I. I mean, the world is on the cobbler, and yeah, I can see it. The horse looks fantastic. I like our 5, though. I think we get first run. I think we sit just behind the 1, the old press and pounce trip, and we got this race. We got the post-time pick 4, and fans, don't forget about the Travers. We are probably, 10, 12 minutes away from the 154th running of the Travers. When you bet that race on the machine, it's race 12 at Saratoga. If you go to the teller, just tell them you want to bet race 12, Saratoga, and pick out your favorite horse. Is it the Derby winner, the Belmont winner, the Preakness winner, last year's horse of the year? Who do you like? Bet the Travers, bet Canterbury. Have a great night at the park. We're looking forward to it. We'll be with you all the way through. I've got a pick 4 ticket out to the press box now and share that with you in about 5 minutes. Good luck.
Welcome to Saturday at Canterbury Park. We are 8 minutes away from race number 1. Your current 6-5 favorite in the first is the 1, Eisenstat. 8 minutes to post until race number 1.
All right, post time, pick 4 time. Here's the ticket I've assembled. It's a $12 investment today, so very manageable, very affordable. I thought the first race was pretty even. I acknowledge that the 1 is the horse to beat, looked good in the paddock. I think the 3 and 5 both have a fair country shot here to get the victory. Race 2, 1 and 4, I've got the hot first-time starter and the horse with experience. Race 3, 1 and 3, don't box me in, and a long shot that I like. And in race 4, 1 and 3, Burning Leaves and Hey Captain Jack. So with Kelsey, so that'll be fun. 1-3-5 with 1-4 with 1-3 with 1-3. $12 ticket. Post time pick 4 pays hundreds, sometimes thousands. Play mine, modify it. But by all means, don't get shut out. They'll be at the gate for the post time pick 4 in 4 minutes.
at Canterbury is provided by Continental Diamond and the Minnesota Lottery. We have $2 off all by the glass wine and sparkling varieties, including Kim Crawford, Meiomi, Woodbridge, and Ruffino. We also thank Jim Beam, Mick Ultra, Pepsi, and Maker's Mark. Welcome to our featured groups this Saturday. They include Gabe's 21st birthday, the Colbeth Party, Park Vascular Surgery, and Phase Electric. Moving into the gate for the first, it is now race time. Welcome to Shakopee, those of you here at the track, those of you watching and wagering abroad. Partly cloudy, very comfortable day, and we begin with a quintet on a fast main track. And they're racing. Willie the Cobbler was off a few steps slowly. Eisenstat and Bridgemahan at 8-5, looking to win 4 in a row, and they pop out of the gate speedily and open up by 1. Political Riot trying to win 2 in a row. Saunters up to the outside. The pace is kind of slow. Willie the Cobbler started in last, but now up in third. After that, Sign of the Cross, and King Nate is last of the 5. Up the backstretch they go. Race 1, Saturday, CBY. AC Ducey in the early stages with 5 furlongs to go. Political Riot comes creeping up on Eisenstat and puts the blue Shadow Roll in front, but those two are in perfect harmony with a half mile to travel. After that, Willie the Cobbler being niggled out a bit by Daylor Badios Lopez, but advancing as Eisenstat attempts to run away from Political Riot. Then we come to Sign of the Cross, 4 out of it, and King Nate still is last and now about 9 lengths behind Eisenstat, and Eisenstat cruises along confidently. Lindsay is all over Political Riot. Sign of the Cross swings into action on the 4 wide side. Then it's Willie the Cobbler. King Nate's running on from 7 lengths out of it, and Eisenstat tries to take them wire to wire. It is Eisenstat kicking clear beautifully by 3. Sign of the Cross still giving absolutely everything he has. Then we come back to Willie the Cobbler inside the final football field. Eisenstat, Sign of the Cross. Eisenstat has won 4 in a row. The first race official. 820 for the exacta, 50-cent trifecta paid $5.35. Race 2 is on the firm turf course. That rail is 15 feet out. No scratches, no rider changes for the second. Be to the gate about 22 minutes from now. Into the winner's circle, a red-hot Eisenstat. The winning rider, Jermaine Bridgemahan. Eisenstat is owned by Charles Jennings, and the winning trainer, Brianna McDaniel. And they're racing. Willie the Cobbler was off a few steps slowly. Eisenstat and Bridgemahan at 8-5, looking to win 4 in a row, and they pop out of the gate speedily and open up by 1. Political Riot trying to win 2 in a row. Saunters up to the outside. The pace is kind of slow. Willie the Cobbler started in last, but now up in third. After that, Sign of the Cross, and King Nate is last of the 5. Up the backstretch they go. Race 1, Saturday, CBY. AC Doocy in the early stages with 5 furlongs to go. Political Riot comes creeping up on Eisenstat and puts the blue Shadow Roll in front, but those two are in perfect harmony with a half-mile to travel. After that, Willie the Cobbler being niggled out a bit by Daylor Badios Lopez, but advancing as Eisenstat attempts to run away from Political Riot. Then we come to Sign of the Cross, 4 out of it, and King Nate still is last and now about 9 lengths behind Eisenstat, and Eisenstat cruises along confidently. Lindsay is all over Political Riot. Sign of the Cross swings into action on the 4 wide side. Then it's Willie the Cobbler. King Nate's running on from 7 lengths out of it, and Eisenstat tries to take them wire to wire. It is Eisenstat kicking clear beautifully by 3. Sign of the Cross still giving absolutely everything he has. Then we come back to Willie the Cobbler inside the final football field. Eisenstat, Sign of the Cross. Eisenstat has won 4 in a row.
Welcome out to the paddock. We get set for race number 2 after Eisenstat stays red hot with another victory. Goes off as the second choice and gets the money for Bridgemahan and Brianna McDaniel in the lid lifter. Now we move on to the second race, and there is a steamer in here. Anytime you see a first-time starter open at 1-5 and throughout the wagering stay below even money, there are probably some whispers around the track that this horse can run. That's the 4, Adios, Muchachas. But let's handicap the race from the inside out, and let's respect some of the other combatants, including a horse that I went with. I'm going to try the 1 simply because of racing experience. This is 5 furlongs sprinting on the turf, and I like so far what I've seen from Crescen's Little Charm. We get Barajas, we get Miguel Angel Silva. These are good connections, and we get a horse that's got some natural speed. Now, she'll have to run the race of her life in all likelihood to beat the steamer that is the 4 right now, but I like the way she's coming into the race. Third time blinkers with speed, sneaky barn, good pilot, and looking good in the paddock. I'll try Crescen's Lil Charm. Number 2 is Tactical Express, Izzy Hernandez for Tranquilillo, and the workouts are good. Never yet raced, but the daddy, Mark Valesky, was a really nice racehorse. So this horse certainly is going to have a nice racing career. There's talent in the bloodlines. I think a fringe player, knowing what I know about the 1 and 4, but not a horse that is completely impossible here in a race where nobody's ever won. This is a maiden race. They're looking for their first career victory, and the 2 makes a nice impression down here in the walking ring. 3 is Sky Raven. Carmona gets the call for Edgar Espinoza. I love that workout. 2 back, 35-4, breezing from the gate. This is another daughter of Mark Valesky, so certainly some talent there. Will debut today with those big, pretty white blinkers. 4 is the steamer. It's Adios, Muchachas. Alonso Quinones for Tim Padilla. Rock solid connections here. The workouts are stellar, and a horse that has never done this before, but you wouldn't know it from watching her in the paddock. Very calm and very confident looking racehorse on the muscle, likely going to flash some speed, and boy, 3-5 does tell the story. You can see this horse looks like she knows what she's doing already, and she's yet to make her first official start. Without a doubt, the horse to beat. Number 4, Adios, Muchachas. 5 is My Little Gypsy. Yaloa gets the call here for Larry Donlin. It's a Wyoming shipper. Ooh, a Wyoming shipper. Outside attack post, decent bloodlines for the grass, and you're likely going to get a fair price. Right now, that price is 7-1. Can anyone beat the steamer? Adios, Muchachas, getting gobbled up at the windows. Everybody's betting this horse. First time starter is 3-5. I'm going to spin the dice on the inside marker, see if that natural speed can play into a good trip. It's leg 2 of the pick 4. If you're alive, keep it going. And don't forget, race 4 ends this sequence and starts the late pick 5. The pick 5 sequence to me looks very playable today. Fun card, we got Del Mar simulcast racing on the heels of Arcangelo, the Belmont winner, roaring home in the Travers and winning emphatically at 5-2. While you're here at Canterbury, download that app. It's called the First Bet app. You can put money into that phone, bet with it all day long at Canterbury, and then when you win, you can take the money out at the end of the day. The First Bet app is the preferred app of all the sharps upstairs in the press box. Try it. It's a lot of fun. If you need help, head to the information desks throughout the track. Race 2 coming up and coming at you next.
Sir Leonard Dykert brings them onto the track, then to a firm turf course for the second. The Mac Cain Stakes takes off shortly.
Happy Saturday from the winner's circle. We've got some Canterbury goodies on the line in a game of Ride the Bus before we get to race number 2. Now, what's your name, and are you an expert in Ride the Bus? Are you in a league or anything?
My name is Jake. Can't say I'm an expert. Played it a few times before with friends, but we'll see how this goes.
Well, if you've played it before, but you guys haven't, let me explain it real quick. We're going to turn over 3 cards and Ride the Bus. The first one, he has to guess if it's red or if it's black. Then the second card, he has to guess if it's higher or lower than the first one. And the third card, he has to guess if it's between the values of the first 2 or outside of those 2. So now that you know what we're doing, they know what we're doing, let's play Ride the Bus. What do you think? First card, red or black?
Red.
Is it red? Oh, I'm so sorry. It's black. It's black. Well, come on, we can't let that happen on the first stop. We'll give you one more shot. And now tell me if this one is red or black. You can get it right this time. Come on.
Okay. Gotta stick with red.
Is it red? It is red. Okay, there you go. Second round is going very well. Now, is it higher or is it lower than that 3 of hearts?
Higher.
Is it higher than a 3? It is. It's the 7 of hearts. Okay, now you have the 3 and the 7 to work with. Do you think that card number 3 is between those 2 or outside that range?
I'll go outside.
Okay, is it outside a 3 or a 7? Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. It's a 4. We tried to give you another chance. No more. Maybe you'll try another game. It's okay. It's okay. You'll go away with a deck of cards. Whatever else you can sweet talk her out of, and thank you for playing Ride the Bus. Well done.
Thank you very much.
If you want to try your hand at some of the games we got inside, or if any of you want to try your hand at the games we've got in the casino, make sure you drop in there. We've got poker, we've got casino games, we've got all kinds of cards being dealt 24/7. For now, if you want to bet on the second, you got 4 minutes to do it. Get to the windows now. They'll be at the gate soon.
The 2-year-olds are at the starting gate, and it is now post time. Adios, Muchachas, the 4-5 favorite. A quintet of 2-year-olds in search of victory numero uno. 3 first-time starters, including Adios, Muchachas. Sky Raven debuts next to Tactical Express, also a debutante. The bookenders have experience. The favorite filly rolls in, and here is My Little Gypsy, the field's long shot. Here come the baby girls, and they're racing. Number 3, Sky Raven, broken a tangle. Crescen's Lil Charm has the best speed of them all, and Crescen's Lil Charm boots clear by 2. Tactical Express is next. Then we come to Adios, Muchachas, a bit wide and 3 from the front, but advancing. Sky Raven is 4 out of it. The one in last, the Wyoming Steam. My Little Gypsy off the far turn. Crescen's Lil Charm still by 2. In second, Tactical Express shoved on hard. Adios, Muchachas now finds her best stride, and she rolls up alongside Crescen's Lil Charm. Sky Raven is about 8 out of it, and Adios, Muchachas takes the lead from Crescen's Lil Charm, racing a bit erratically. Crescen's Lil Charm fighting back on the inside. After that, Tactical Express. Adios, Muchachas jumping around a bit, but doing so with the lead. Adios, Muchachas. Adios, Muchachas, indeed. Number 4, Adios, Muchachas. First, 4-1-3-2 in 57.67. Numbers are unofficial. Race number 2 is official. The third race takes us back to the fast main track. No scratches, no rider changes. Racing at Canterbury, sponsored in part by Apple Autos, the official vehicle supplier for this racetrack. Also, Think Minnesota Realty and thinkminnesota.com. The third race is provided by Michelob Golden and Ashley Home Store. Ashley's right across the street, offering exclusive discounts to Canterbury Park customers. The winner of the Friarmouth is heading into the winner's enclosure. It is Adios, Muchachas, ridden by Alonso Quinones. The winning owners, Mike Hellendrung and Tim Padilla. The winning trainer, Tim Padilla. Race number 3, the Rocky Blyer Purse, 22 minutes from now. And they're racing. Number 3, Sky Raven, broken a tangle. Crescen's Lil Charm has the best speed of them all. And Crescen's Lil Charm boots clear by 2. Tactical Express is next. Then we come to Adios, Muchachas, a bit wide and 3 from the front, but advancing. Sky Raven is 4 out of it. The one in last, the Wyoming Steam. My Little Gypsy off the far turn. Crescen's Lil Charm still by 2. In second, Tactical Express shoved on hard. Adios Muchachas now finds her best stride, and she rolls up alongside Crescen's Lil Charm. Sky Raven is about 8 out of it, and Adios Muchachas takes the lead from Crescen's Lil Charm, racing a bit erratically. Crescen's Lil Charm fighting back on the inside. After that, Tactical Express. Adios Muchachas jumping around a bit, but doing so with the lead. Adios Muchachas. Adios Muchachas, indeed.
Well, she bid them adios at her first start, and that's all she needs to break the maiden in race number 2. Now on to the third. We have more experienced foes going 1 mile on the main track. We have 6 of them going to post, and your heavy favorite should be Don't Box Me In. But one who is inside who has a bit of speed is Seeking Splendor. Seeking Splendor is 2 for 4 over this main track, and a lot of his good work has been done on the front end in these kinds of races. Now, he did win one earlier in the season. That was June 11th and took a field wire to wire on a pretty slow pace. I mean, those fractions aren't probably going to be the type that he'll see today, but he shouldn't be too far off them. This horse has been just a couple lengths off the pace in most of his recent starts. A couple of those were on the turf, and now again he does get back to the main track, but that's the site of both of his lifetime wins, so Seeking Splendor may very much enjoy this move back to the dirt. Black Limo, just to his outside, has also won this season. That was 2 starts ago. That was on turf. That was against $10,000 types from just off the pace. This one gets a little excitable behind the early pace. Black Limo usually keeps himself in close attendance to it, but last time he fell pretty far off the pace and he didn't make much of a move. He was behind Don't Box Me In and Zaffa in that group though, and Black Limo will have to face them again today. But he looks very much on his toes again, kind of tugging his way around the walking ring. Black Limo looks to get his first win over our main track, but he's only got 2 starts over it thus far. Don't Box Me In, like I said, should be the heavy favorite, and Don't Box Me In looks to add his 4th win lifetime over this main track. That's been the site of all of his best work as well. He can sit in just second, but he's probably just a touch better when he does lead things clear the entire way, and that's what he did 2 starts ago in getting his 3rd career score. Last time he ran into Martini Blue, but the problem was he was favored in both of those races. He should be heavily favored again, and Don't Box Me In just isn't a horse that provides much wagering value when he's in spots like this. Oak Dog, just to his outside, always seems to. He's been at double-digit odds in his couple of starts this year. He went down from $10,000 to $5,000 types last time. They'll bump him back up in price, and this one has been a little bit better horse on the dirt too. He's done all right going longer in the past, but for the most part he's been at one-turn races. O-Dog might show a little bit more speed with that stretch out in distance, but O-Dog needs to turn things around, at least from his recent times. He has only had those 2 starts this year though. Room to improve at 8-1. Pass the Cat came from way downtown last time to win by 3 lengths. That was over an off track, and Pass the Cat's performed well over an off track in the past. And on Faster, a lot of pieces, only 1 win out of 19 tries with Pass the Cat. Looks like he's in some of his best form, and you know, maybe if he can stay there, he can get another piece, maybe even another win at a good price. Right now that price is 6-1. Zaffa comes from pretty far off the pace, and Zaffa's racked up 3 thirds in a row. That's on top of the second right before he came up to Canterbury. He was claimed out for his first Canterbury start and has run pretty parallel races in all 3 of those tries. 2 of them were on the turf, but last time he did pick up 3rd behind Don't Box Me In, and he wasn't far behind Don't Box Me In. Just a no separating these 2, but right now on the board you wouldn't know it. They're 5-2 and even money. Don't Box Me In is the way that I'll go in here. I think that he can just put these away early, maybe go out there and take them along on the front end as he likes to do as the favorite. 10 minutes to post. We will find out who wins this 3rd race. There's a power play coming up in the meantime. The wagering menu includes win, place, show, exactas tries, and 10-cent supers. Away they go. Kevin's in studio. Stay tuned. The power play is next.
The 3rd race is 7 minutes from now.
All right, folks, Kevin Gorgan, the press box. We get you ready for my power play of the night. It's going to happen a little later in the card, race 5, in that really competitive turf dash. I like the very consistent number 4, Optimal Courage. Let's take a look at the past performances, see what stands out to us. First of all, I love a horse that knows how to win. 33 starts, 12 victories, 5 on a fast main track, 2 on a wet main track, 5 for 10 on the grass, all 5 wins at Canterbury on the local turf. 7 starts on this turf course, 5 wins, a second and a third. He's won from off the pace. He's also won on the lead, and this is his most recent start. And look at the way this horse ran on the turf course. They go 21-4 to the opening quarter mile, and he's being bugged by a nice horse. Samurai Mike is a very nice racehorse. They go 44 flat, and look at the ease at which Optimal Courage just kind of drifts away. Edge is clear after doing all the dirty work. He's sharp. He knows how to win. He loves this turf course, and the morning line says 4-1. Yes, please. Thank you to Tri-State Bobcat, and thank you to Optimal Courage. These are the kind of racehorses you dream of betting. They know how to win. They've got guts, and they've got talent. Today we'll see if he can put it all together in race 5 and score for the power play.
It is now post time for race number 3. Happy birthday, Collins. Happy 11th birthday, Collins. From all your friends here at Canterbury Park. And they're racing. Don't box me in, the prohibitive favorite. Jets off with the early lead. Don't box me in, puts 4 on the field early. After that, Black Limo begins to cruise up to the inside. Oh, Dog's about 2.5 lengths from the lead as Alonso Quinones and Don't Box Me In slow it down a bit around the turn. 3/4 of a mile to go, and the 3 leads by 2. After that, we have Seeking Splendor, about 9 lengths out of it. Third last. Next to that one is Zaffa, and at the tail is Past the Cat. Up the barn side they go with 5/8 to travel, and they're chasing the favor. Don't Box Me In. Black Limo continues to stretch out things to the inside of O Dog, just about 1.5, maybe 2 from the front, and that trio is 7 clear from Zaffa beginning to advance. Then it's Seeking Splendor, who's losing ground quickly. In fact, the riders' boots are out of the irons on number 1, Seeking Splendor, overtaken by Past the Cat, who's attempting to pass 4 more cats and win. And the top one would be Don't Box Me In. Don't Box Me In cruises along by 1. Oh, Dog's next to the outside. Black Limo still in the thick of it. Zaffa continues to advance. Rider has the black helmet cover on the wide side. Then it's Past the Cat and Seeking Splendor, and they're inside the final furlong. And this favor, Don't Box Me In, is all about business. Black Limo along with Zaffa chasing, but chasing in vain, as Don't Box Me In has taken them wire to wire. Number 3, Don't Box Me In, first in 137.78. It is 3-6-2-5 in race number 3. Official. Now, the 4th race is about 22 minutes from now. This one begins the 10% takeout, 50-cent pick 5. Pick the winners of the final 5 races this Saturday, and boom, hit the pick 5. No scratches, no rider changes in race number 4. Entering the winner's enclosure, Don't Box Me In, and Alonzo Quinones. The winning owners, Lothenbach Stables, and the winning trainer, Joe Burnt. Don't Box Me In is a 4-year-old brown gelding by Summer Front out of Streaming Fire. Bred in Minnesota by Lothenbach Stables. Race 4, 20 from now. And they're racing. Don't Box Me In, the prohibitive favorite, jets off with the early lead. Don't Box Me In puts 4 on the field early. After that, Black Limo begins to cruise up to the inside. Oh, Dog's about 2.5 lengths from the lead as Alonzo Quinones and Don't Box Me In slow it down a bit around the turn. 3/4 of a mile to go, and the 3 leads by 2. After that, we have Seeking Splendor about 9 lengths out of it. Third last. Next to that one is Zaffa, and at the tail is Past the Cat. Up the barn side they go with 5/8 to travel, and they're chasing the favor. Don't Box Me In. Black Limo continues to stretch out things to the inside of O Dog, just about 1.5, maybe 2 from the front, and that trio is 7 clear from Zaffa beginning to advance. Then it's Seeking Splendor, who's losing ground quickly. In fact, the riders' boots are out of the irons on number 1, Seeking Splendor, overtaken by Past the Cat, who's attempting to pass 4 more cats and win. And the top one would be Don't Box Me In. Don't Box Me In cruises along by 1. Oh, Dog's next to the outside. Black Limo still in the thick of it. Zaffa continues to advance. Rider has the black helmet cover on the wide side. Then it's Past the Cat and Seeking Splendor, and they're inside the final furlong. And this favor, Don't Box Me In, is all about business. Black Limo along with Zaffa chasing, but chasing in vain, as Don't Box Me In has taken them wire to wire.
Box Me In takes another field all the way, and we'll close out the post time pick 4, start the pick 5 in 13 minutes. We have a group of 5, and this state bred non-2. They go for a $25,000 tag, 6 furlongs the distance, and looking to stay perfect is the one on screen. The Son of War correspondent, Hey Captain Jack, took his maiden group on July 29th all the way that day. Won by almost 4 lengths, but didn't receive a whole bunch of pressure on the front end. Arvu's Taboo, one of the horses that he beat, has come back to win since that time. He gets the rail draw today, but he had the 2-post for his first one. Kelsey Hart remains in the saddle, and there is a bit of speed just to his right in Passing Time. Passing Time has not been seen since June 24th. But he's been down at Prairie Meadows working out, getting ready for this start number 5. He has done his best work in his home state of Minnesota. A couple of starts at at Hawthorne to start his career didn't go quite the same way that the 2 this summer did. He broke his maiden last time by 8. He beat Silent Sailor. He has come back to win this season. This is a little step up, but a pretty realistic try for win number 2. Burning Leaves is also trying for his second start. This will be start number 6 for him. And Burning Leaves has yet to miss the exacta in his 3 tries. Doesn't break that well, though. We'll see what Gallardo can do in the saddle to get this horse out of the gate a touch quicker. Last year when he broke his maiden, Rye Eccleberry basically had to ride that hair off him to get him up over Total Surprise. That did work, and Gallardo in the saddle today may get Burning Leaves into the race earlier and give him less to do late. That seemed to work when he broke his maiden. Maybe today he can get that sort of tactic and get win number 2 in the process. JJ's Wildcat has had lots of experience over this main track. All 16 of his lifetime starts have come here. They've been at a mile, they've been at 5 furlongs, they've been at lots of distances in between, but JJ's Wildcat did get his 1 win at 6, and now this will be start number 3 of the year. It's been a little while since we've seen him in the winner's circle, back to August of 2021 to be exact, but he was in a maiden special weight that day, and he was in a very full field. Maybe he'll get a similar trip to this with less to pass, and that'll work out. You do get 6-1 on JJ's Wildcat, who is stepping in the right direction, but taking a step up in class as well. Big Boy McCoy on the outside has tried this sort of thing 2 times in a row. He moved up from 5th to 3rd last time behind Eyes Flying By. Both of those were shorter fields, but he showed more speed last time around, and maybe Derby Glass can get him into the race as well. I wouldn't really expect anybody to get too dissimilar of a trip in here. They may travel as a pack throughout, and that's what led me to Burning Leaves. But right now, your solid 6-5 favorite is Hey Captain Jack to kick off. The 10% takeout, 50-cent pick 5. Pick 3s, doubles, exactas, and trifectas are the other exotic options with the group of 5, and they are headed out to the track to take off in about 10 minutes. Their favorite is leading the way, but waiting once again in the wings is Mr. Kevin Gore. He's got a ticket laid out for this pick 5 sequence. He's going to take you through that up next, but before we do that, Lynn Dykert will take him on the track.
And here they come onto the track for the 4th to begin the Canterbury Park Pick 5.
All right, fans, it's time for that 50-cent pick 5. Such a great value. And I really like the pick 5 tonight. I mentioned races 5 and 6. There could be some chaos. I don't see chaos here in the 4th. In my opinion, no disrespect to the other equine athletes in this race. I think it's a 2-horse race between the 1 and the 3. I fancy the 1, but the 3 certainly, with Joel Burnt and Eduardo Gallardo, is going to be a handful to beat here. So I'll just use the 1 and the 3, and I think it'll be a formful start to the pick 5, and we'll close out with a pick 4 winner. Then we'll get to the chaos. And you can go a lot deeper than I'm going. I'm trying to limit it to 4 horses in each of the 5th and the 6th races. Marvelous Thunder, super sneaky in the 5th. That's the 1. I go 1, 4, 5, and 10. The power play is the 4, and I love that Optimal Courage. He really, truly does fire every time out there. We got 2-year-olds in race 6. Looks like some good ones, too. Minnesota breds, a couple weeks in front of the festival, so very well-meant horses. I did not add the 3 on my ticket. I made this bet a couple hours ago. You can add the 3, Mo Mesa. That's the steamer. I've got 1, 6, 8, and 10. 6, Johnny Bigani is my top pick in that race. Race 7, difficult 1-mile maiden race. I'm going to use the 1, Cat on the Prowl. My top pick is 12-1. I think the Cat can purr tonight. If not, though, Total Surprise is sitting on a win. There's been some heartbreak along the way, but Total Surprise eventually is going to get there for a rock-solid barn for Joel Burnt. And if I'm alive into the 8th, I've got the 1, Tiger Hunter, and the 7, Glendale, in another very difficult race. I could have gone deeper in the 8th, but didn't want to spend any more money. This is a really nice pick 5 sequence. It's a $64 ticket I've assembled. 1-3 here in the 4th with 1, 4, 5, 10, with 1, 6, 8, 10. Close it out with 1-7, 1-7. It's the post-time pick 5 a couple Sundays ago. It paid over $30,000. Get your tickets now. Got 5 minutes now to this 4th race. You can't win it if you don't get in it.
Hello again from the winner's circle. Before we get to this late pick 5, we're going to try to give away a couple of pit passes to our final concert of the concert series this summer. Now, I have a giant Randy Houser fan off to my left. What's your name? Where are you from?
Travis from Brooklyn Park, Minnesota.
Okay, Travis, let's take a look at the tote board and see what the question is today. If you get this right, you'll get a couple of pit passes to see Randy Houser. What is Randy Houser's latest album released in 2022 called? Is it We Went, Anything Goes, Note to Self, or Fired Up?
Note to self.
Is it C, Note to Self? Easy peasy, it's Note to Self. Well done. You got a couple of pit passes to go see Randy Houser on September 8th. Congratulations.
Thank you. I'm excited.
Awesome. Well, we'll see you at the concert. Probably see a few more of you at the concert. If you want to join us at Randy Houser, it's your last opportunity to see music out on this big, beautiful stage to our right. Make sure you check out CanterburyPark.com/events. Get your tickets to see Randy Houser today.
It's post time for race number 4. Burning Leaves. JJ's Wildcat and Big Boy McCoy. And they're racing. Burning Leaves comes out smoking, but now has been overtaken by Hey Hey Captain Jack. Hey Hey Captain Jack opens up nearly one. Passing time lay second. After that, Big Boy McCoy to the outside of JJ's Wildcat, and Burning Leaves advances to the inside, pushed on by Eddie G to keep up, and is about 3 lengths from the front. And it's Hey Hey Captain Jack booting clear by 1.5. In second, still passing time. Burning Leaves still ridden rigorously, about 3 from the front. And Hey Hey Captain Jack puts 3 on the field swiftly. After that, Big Boy McCoy, JJ's Wildcat, 11 out of it, around about the quarter pole. Hey Hey Captain Jack, 5. Kelsey begins to work on Hey Hey Captain Jack as Burning Leaves flashes out of the crowd, beginning to close nicely. Hey Hey Captain Jack, Burning Leaves. These two, Hey Hey Captain Jack, Burning Leaves, cutting into the margin, cuts it from a half to a neck to a nose, and there he goes. Burning Leaves prevails. Number 3, Burning Leaves, first. 3-1, and a photo for the rest. The numbers 3, 1, 5, 2. Up to the winner's enclosure comes Burning Leaves and Eduardo Gallardo. The winning owners, Lothenbach Stables, and the winning trainer is Joe Burnt. Burning Leaves is a 3-year-old brown son of Summer Front out of Streaming Fire, bred in Minnesota by Lothenbach Stables. Ladies and gentlemen, our Canterbury Park family is deeply saddened as we mourn the sudden death of the great Dale Shenan. Mr. Dale was a hard-working St. Paul native and with Randy and the late Curtis Sampson brought Canterbury Park to life in the mid-90s. Dale Shenan was our vice chairman and along with his wife Betty, Hall of Fame horse owners and breeders. Festival of Champions Day, the blue and green colors came shining through.
Hold for more, and Bourbon County trying to run him down. Smooth Shiraz, Bourbon County, hold for more. Bourbon County, hold for more, has done it. What an aggressive, great win by Hold for More.
Nobody dominated Festival Day like Dale's favorite horse, Croc Rock.
Who's flying late. King of Knights jumping out of the ground, but it's too late. And Croc Rock is the sprint champion. But it's Croc Rock. Rise and applaud the fastest Minnesotan we've seen. Ladies and gentlemen, he is Croc Rock, and he wins. Croc Rock, the Minnesota Sprint champion. He's still the fastest Minnesotan, and he wins the sprint for a 4th time.
As friend and track co-owner Randy Sampson recently shared, his big smile, bigger heart, and larger-than-life personality helped define Canterbury Park for the past 29 years and will sorely be missed by his many friends at Canterbury Park. The Canterbury family misses that infectious smile and a zest for life that was enviable. At this time, please join us in a moment of silence for Mr. Dale Shenan. Thank you. And they're racing. Burning Leaves comes out smoking, but now has been overtaken by Hey Captain Jack. Hey Captain Jack. Opens up nearly one. Passing Time lay second. After that, Big Boy McCoy to the outside of JJ's Wildcat. And Burning Leaves advances to the inside, pushed on by Eddie G to keep up, and is about 3 lengths from the front. And it's Hey Captain Jack booting clear by 1.5. In second, still Passing Time. Burning Leaves still ridden rigorously, about 3 from the front. And Hey Captain Jack puts 3 on the field swiftly. After that, big boy McCoy, JJ's Wildcat, 11 out of it, around about the quarter pole. Hey, Captain Jack, 5. Kelsey begins to work on hey, Captain Jack, as Burning Leaves flashes out of the crowd, beginning to close nicely. Hey, Captain Jack, Burning Leaves. These two, hey, Captain Jack, Burning Leaves, cutting into the margin, cuts it from a half to a neck to a nose, and there he goes. Burning Leaves prevails. Number 3, Burning Leaves. First. Them wire to wire. It is Eisenstat kicking clear beautifully by 3. Sign of the Cross still giving absolutely everything he has. Then we come back to Willie the Cobbler inside the final football field. Eisenstat, Sign of the Cross. Eisenstat has won 4 in a row. And Adios, Muchachas takes the lead from Crescent's Little Charm, racing a bit erratically. Crescent's Little Charm fighting back on the inside. After that, Tactical Express. Adios, Muchachas jumping around a bit, but doing so with the lead. Adios, Muchachas. Adios, Muchachas, indeed. Seeking Splendor, and they're inside the final furlong, and this favored Don't Box Me In is all about business. Black Limo along with Zaffa chasing, but chasing in vain, as Don't Box Me In has taken them wire to wire. Out of the crowd, beginning to close nicely. Hey, hey, Captain Jack, Burning Leaves. These two. Hey, hey, Captain Jack, Burning Leaves, cutting into the margin, cuts it from a half to a neck to a nose, and there he goes. Burning Leaves prevails.
All right, the pick 4 is over. The pick 5 starts with a very formful horse winning at 1-5. Yikes. But now there's some value. The next 2 races, I think we're going to see some good prices. You look at the betting board right now, the lowest price I can find is 5-2. So that tells you this is the type of race where if you can find the exacta, trifecta, or superfecta, you might need a wheelbarrow to get all that money home. It's difficult, but these are the races where you can make a lot of money betting very little. Let's see if we can find some long shots with a chance, and I'm going to start with one of the long shots I'm using in my pick 5. Number 1, Marvelous Thunder, fits really well in this spot for Bobby Klein. His go-to girl, of course, is Kelsey Haar, and this horse has enough speed and experience at 5 furlongs on the grass to stay relevant early and has a little pop in the stretch. Now, we haven't seen a lot of racing since December, just 1 start. It was an okay start on the main track. I think today might be the day the 1 horse looks very good in the paddock, and 6-1 is a fair price on Marvelous Thunder. Number 2 is Ranger Gus. Carmona gets the call here, and just hasn't been out a lot. But when this horse has run, this horse has flashed some good early speed. These are deep, deep waters. 12-1. You'll get paid if you believe in speedy Ranger Gus. I just talked to our tip sheet guy, Superstats Dave, and he is in love with number 3, Mr. Banjo Man. And he made some good points. We were just talking in the press box. This horse has back class, has blazing speed, and you get Gallardo riding, Mac Robertson training. That is a very potent combination. Mr. Banjo Man making an impression in the betting, too. 5-1. Statsy's tout looks good walking here in the ring. Number 4 is my tout, and I thought I'd get a fair price, and so far, getting bet down. 9-2 morning line. Optimal Courage is 5-2. I like his versatility. I like the fact that he's got early speed but doesn't need the lead. He always seems to bring his race to the track, and he's just one of those cool horses. 12 wins from 33 starts. I like the horse. Barajas gets the call for Miguel Angel Silva. I will try Optimal Courage in lukewarm fashion because this is such a tough race. 5's a big closer, should be rolling late. You get the sod surgeon these days. That's Jermaine Bridgman, so good on the turf for Tanner Tracy. Hasn't yet won on the Canterbury turf, but does have 12 career wins. If you like a horse with some late charging ability, you'll like the 5 Channel 1. And right now, 4-1 on the board. 6 is super fast. This is Happy Hour Bobby Quinones, hot in the saddle, riding for Bernal Roan, the Hall of Fame trainer. Expect this horse to be very prominent. The last time he raced on the turf, he went 44 flat to the half. He can just fly. Really nice Minnesota bred is Happy Hour Bobby. 7 is Haya. Lindy Wade here for Matty Williams. Couple of turf starts, couple of second place finishes. Absolutely fits with these. And boy, does the 10 make a nice impression. Just looking at this horse now for the first time, this is released. Good muscle, good looking coat, good energy. The bug boy, Daler Barrios Lopez for Gabriel Silva. 3 starts on the Canterbury turf, a win in 2 seconds, so never out of the exacta. I think if you're going to play a try or super, you got to use the 10. I think the 10 is going to be a part of this. Absolutely, no doubt about it. What a great race. Turf racing here, 5 furlongs. Look at the picks up on the board. They're spread out everywhere because this race is wide open, and the betting board tells the story. Find the exacta. Find that trifecta. Get paid. It's race 5. It's turf. And it's big fun, and it's coming up and coming at you next.
Kevin mentioned what a contentious 5th race this is coming up, and I agree with him. So we're gonna put the angle here in the 5th race in this 5 furlong turf dash. We're gonna go with a horse who likes this place a lot and likes doing what he's doing today a lot, and that's Marvelous Thunder. The rail in these turf sprints that are at Canterbury typically do very well, but not always a horse like this one. And what I mean is, he's done very well. I mean, he's 3 for 20, but he's 3 for 8, going 5 furlongs on the turf. But he doesn't have a ton of speed. Marvelous Thunder should be outdone to the lead. And the last 2 times that we saw him going 5 on our turf course are these 2 right here at the end of 2022. Now, he won the first one. That was against $16,000 types, but he lost by a neck to Chessmaster after that, and we're going to take a look at how he does this. This is a little closer look at those 2 races that we're about to watch, and the close finishes, win or lose, that Marvelous Thunder put in both of those. He did those with Kelsey Haar on board, and that's them sitting amongst horses. Doesn't look like they have much place to go, but Marvelous Thunder has that kind of turn of foot where if a hole appears like that, he can shift in and he can go. Marvelous Thunder is going to win this one coming down the stretch, and he does so very gamely in holding off horses on the outside. I mean, he doesn't burst away from them, but at 5, it's not the easiest thing to do. He does it again this time around, but he does come up a touch short because this is Chessmaster. You might know the name Chessmaster because he wins a lot of classy races going 5 on the turf. This is a former course record holder on our turf course, and Marvelous Thunder runs these 2 right down to the wire. Even though he doesn't get the job done, he doesn't lose much in defeat to Chessmaster, and Marvelous Thunder drew the rail again for this upcoming 5th race. We'll see if he can't pull some sort of mild upset. He's 8 to 1 right now. We're going to use him in the pick 4 that we're talking about next. As promised, there's that ticket. It does include Marvelous Thunder and Channel 1. Channel 1 has had some problems getting out of the gate lately, but this is another one that can come from off the pace, and it looked like there was a lot of it, including your current mild 3 to 1 favorite, Optimal Courage. This is deep water for him as far as the pace goes. He can overcome that, that's fine, and if he wins, we'll tip the cap, but I'm going to take a couple of swings against him with Marvelous Thunder at 8 to 1 on top for me. I went inside and outside in the 6, but my top choice is Frosty View. It's not the best place for a first-time starter, but there are some good works in tow, including one out of the gate with a filly that blew away a field of maiden special weights at Hawthorne. Frosty View, if he has that kind of speed, could extricate himself from the rail, as it looks like some of the horses to his right might not have that kind of speed, and if he can somehow get clear of riding solo early, I think he could pull a mild upset himself in race number 6. I did pair up again in race number 7. That's 3 and 7. Causeway Surprise will definitely be the longer of the 2 surprise prices, but he needs to definitely step things up coming off the turf course. Total Surprise will be tough in there, and he will be a short price, but Total Surprise is just too hard to trust to single. In race number 8, I'm going to stretch out a little bit and try to beat Glendale. Glendale comes off the turf himself in his dirt races. He hasn't won yet, even though he's been close. I thought he was worth taking a few shots against, so I go 1, 3, 4, and 5, that being Tiger Hunter, Unique Path, Red Sense, and the Ghost. A few of those have quite a bit of speed to them, might be able to get the jump on Glendale, so we'll spread out and make for that kind of ticket. They are headed to the gate right now. 2 minutes to post until race number 5. If you want to build your own pick 4s, you better do it quick.
And they've reached the gate. It is now post time. Into the gate for the 5th. Released, getting a fair amount of the late in the win pool, down to 3-1. Tepidly favored. Optimal Courage and Channel 1, each 3.5 to 1. Mr. Banjo Man in search of his first turf victory. The veteran is 5 to 1. Released, now 2.5 to 1. And the last in line. And they're racing. Marvelous Thunder out marvelously on the inside. Likewise for the bookender, Released. And now between them, Optimal Courage flashes big time early speed. And several of them are kicking on in search of the lead. One of them is Minnesotan Mr. Banjo Man to the inside. Mr. Banjo Man revs up and joins the leaders. After that, Hi-Ya, Hi-Ya. Very wide, but also in contention. Channel 1, 3.5, 4 lengths out of it, right next to Marvelous Thunder. And Ranger Gus in his turf debut, way out of it, Mr. Banjo Man. Might lead it by an inch. Next to that one, Optimal Courage. Outside of that, Happy Hour Bobby. Between them, Channel 1, Marvelous Thunder, Resurgent to the inside. Then it's Released on the far outside. Channel 1, Marvelous Thunder. And between them, Optimal Courage. Channel 1 with Marvelous Thunder. Channel 1 has channeled a victory. Number 5, Channel 1, Burst. A photo for the rest. The numbers 5, 1, 4, 3. Race 5, official. Super effective $43.92. Pick 3 from race 3, $20.70. The 50-cent trifecta, $92.80. And the exacta, $57.10. Race number 6 is on a fast main track. Maidens battle. No scratches, no rider changes. Now entering the winner's circle, Channel 1 and Jermaine Bridgemahan. Couple of victories this Saturday for Bridgie. The winning owners, Joel Hunsberger and Black Oak Farm. And the winning trainer, Tanner Tracy. Race 6, courtesy of the Minnesota Lottery and Quick Trip, along with QuickTrip.com. And they're racing. Marvelous Thunder out marvelously on the inside. Likewise for the bookender, Released. And now between them, Optimal Courage flashes big time early speed. And several of them are kicking on in search of the lead. One of them is Minnesotan Mr. Banjo Man to the inside. Mr. Banjo Man revs up and joins the leaders. After that, Hiya, Hiya, very wide but also in contention. Channel 1, 3.5, 4 lengths out of it, right next to Marvelous Thunder. And Ranger Gus in his turf debut, way out of it, Mr. Banjo Man. Might lead it by an inch. Next to that one, Optimal Courage. Outside of that, Happy Hour Bobby. Between them, Channel 1, Marvelous Thunder, Resurgent to the inside. Then it's Released on the far outside. Channel 1, Marvelous Thunder. And between them, Optimal Courage. Channel 1 with Marvelous Thunder. Channel 1 has channeled a victory.
Gotta love turf racing. Gotta love turf sprints. That was a phenomenal betting race, and I needed the 1 and 4 for my exacta. The 5 was on my pick 5. Didn't have that one on my exacta box, but it still paid huge. Trifecta was juicy. And we talked about this today with Jeff Madej a couple hours ago in our pre-race show today at the races. This is another race where I thought there could be some upset potential. Now, we're seeing another first-time starter just get pounded at the windows. We saw that earlier today, and it paid off. I think the horse went off at even money for Tim Padilla in 1. Now we're seeing a horse that was, for a while, 1-2, now 6-5. Let's talk about the field. These are Minnesota-bred babies, and these are the future of racing in Minnesota, and there's some really nice horses. The daddy of number 1 is Frosted. This horse is a Grade 1 winner, and Joel Berndt has had some solid workouts into this horse, including a 46 and change Breeze out of the gate down in Chicago at Hawthorne Park. Will debut with those familiar Lothenbach blinkers. You get Constantino Roman. Like I mentioned, the bloodlines are there. There's a lot to like except for the value right now. Could be a real runner. Angela Herman has this one on top, and I see why. Frosty View. Number 2 is Incredible Victor. Israel Hernandez for the Canterbury Hall of Fame trainer Burnell Roan. The daddy, Jimmy Creed, was a big-time sprinter out west. The workouts have been a little on the lukewarm side, but Burnell rarely shows his cards early. He's a salty veteran, so don't let the price fool you. Good barn, good bloodline, solid pilot as well. And look at this. What a betting race we've got, 35-1. Number 3 is Mo Mesa, a half to Lover Girl. Matt Williams trains, Lindy Wade pilots. Same bit as Lover Girl had. Warmed up at Assiniboia in Winnipeg to Canterbury, and here we go for this Minnesota bred. The Track Phantom and Jeff Madej both have this horse. 2 of the best long shot handicappers I know in the game, so keep that in mind at 15-1. 4 is Riding Solo, Kelsey Haar for Troy Bethke. Kelsey with speed. Look out here, my good friend Troy Bethke conditions. I'll always root for Troy. Good looking horse down here in the walking ring, very professional. Now getting a little wound up with the handler. 5 is Latin Force, Uloa for Sandra Swear. 1 career start. It was a good one. Off at 41-1 and ran 3rd. If you like Commissioner Oscar, this horse was right there with Commissioner Oscar. That horse is below 2-1, and this horse is 18-1. Keep that in mind for your trifectas. 6 is my top pick in the race. This is Johnny B. Gony. Eduardo Gallardo for Joel Berndt, the other Berndt horse with the blinkers on. I saw talent in that debut. I still think this horse can run a little bit, and we're going to get paid if this horse can win. 7 is Ben's Lake Thunder. The Bug Boy rides this one for Troy Bethke, so Troy's got a couple good bloodlines and good race experience. 3 career starts certainly helps in a field of baby horses that haven't done much racing. Here's the 8. Here comes Commissioner Oscar. Tim Padilla, Alonso Quinones, and Mr. Pete Matson. If this horse can show just a little more speed early, boy, as this horse showed a staunch closing kick. The trainers had a brilliant season. The owner just wins all the time, and the horse will be charging late. Don't sleep on Commissioner, but right now no one's sleeping. They're all betting. This horse is 8-5. 9 is Carpe Gold. Erica Murray for Troy Bethke. Troy has 3 chances. This one had trouble in the debut and is bred to be a runner. And the last horse in line, number 10, is Got Ghosted. Adamar Santos for Burnell Roan. 4-1 morning line set by a professional. You're getting more than double that right now at 9-1. The debut was good. This horse ran second behind a very nice winner and Out of the Dark. So what a betting race this is. I think there's some potential here for more upsets, but the fans are all about the 1 and the 8. I'm on the 6. Who do you like? Get your bets in now. And don't forget, we come back tomorrow, Sunday. It's Pepsi Family Day, 1 o'clock. Pony rides, petting zoo, the wonder of it all. Next week, Wednesday at 5, Saturday at 5, Sunday at 1, holiday Monday at 1. We've got 4 days of racing next week. We've only got another few weeks to go, so get out to Canterbury. Head to CanterburyPark.com for all the details. Right now, the babies are heading to the track. Get your bets in now. We'll see you back for the late double.
Maidens walking onto the track for race number 6. They leave the gate 7 minutes from now.
Hello again from the winner's circle. We brought up some of the music that's going to be going on in the rest of the season this year. Now we have our Canterbury Cocktails and Charcuterie event to talk about. It is the last of our culinary events here at Canterbury, and it is going on coming up very soon on September 2nd. And we got a couple of contestants down here that are going to try to win a couple of passes to Cocktails and Charcuterie. And they're going to be in a whiteboard competition to name the most items that you would find on a charcuterie plate. So, you know, cheese, meats, things like that. Whoever has the most in 15 seconds is going to win a couple of passes to Canterbury Cocktails and Charcuterie. You guys got the rules? Just write down the most stuff, and the most charcuterie items wins. Good? 15 seconds on the clock? All right, write them down. Let's go. There's olives and meats and cheeses and cocktails to go with all of it if that's your thing. There's still tickets available, September 2nd. 15 seconds is winding down. Stop. Okay. All right, now, flip those whiteboards and show them to the camera while the judge takes a look to see who has the most items for a charcuterie plate. And do we have a winner? Okay, Andrea, you have won a couple of passes to Cocktails and Charcuterie. Congratulations. You are going to be joining us for the last of our culinary themed events paired with cocktails, all that good stuff. Nikki, I bet that we could get you from there. Get some cocktails and charcuterie of yourself. And if any of you want to join us, come out and check out canterburypark.com/events. Thank you. A lot of fun.
They're at the gate, and it is now post time. A cast of baby boys into the gate. Commissioner Oscar, 2-1 in favor. 3 first-time starters, all on the inside. Frosty View, Incredible Victor, and Mo Mesa. They're in. Riding solo after stablemate Carpe Gold. Carpe Gold goes in sans Miss Murray. She's joining now. Riding solo. Kelsey Haar patiently waits. Riding solo. Ponders it. The 4 continues to rear. 2 behind the gate after this 4. Latin Force and Got Ghosted. All right, Riding solo goes in. Kelsey joins. To back. One out. Got Ghosted. The final 2-year-old to go in. Here come the baby boys. And they're racing from the center. Johnny B. Gony popped nicely. So did his stablemate. Frosty View to the inside. And the Burnt Runners go 1-2 in the middle stages of the backstretch. And they're running away from Carpe Gold. Outside of that is Got Ghosted. Then it's Mo Mesa. That firster is finding his feet. About 6 lengths behind Frosty View. 3.5 after that to Riding Solo. That one's to the inside of Commissioner Oscar, who is a half length clear from Ben's Lake Thunder. Then we come back to Latin Force, way back in last. Incredible Victor, well strung out with 1/4 of a mile to go. Frosty View is giving the stablemate a view from about a length ahead, maybe a length and a half. Johnny B. Gony working very hard with those white blinkers to the outside. Frosty View, the firster, starts shifting ground. After that, we have Mo Mesa into the final 125. Frosty View and Johnny B. Gony. It's a burnt civil war that goes to Johnny B. Gony. 6-1-3 in race 6. Number 6, Johnny B. Gony, first. 6138. Race 6, official. The double paid $40.80. 10-cent superfecta, nearly $50. $1 exacta, $22.90. The 50-cent trifecta, $99.80. The 7th is our penultimate, and it commences Dr. Dan's late double. No scratches, no rider changes in the 7th race. We are about 20 minutes from it, thanks to Atomic Data, along with JTR Roofing, Think Minnesota Realty, and Turtles Bar and Grill. In the winner's circle, it is Johnny B. Gony and Eduardo Gallardo. The winning owner, Jack Gugasberg, who also bred this 2-year-old in Minnesota. The winning trainer, and winning his 3rd race this evening, it's Joel Burnt. The winner is a 2-year-old dark bay son of Sky Mesa out of It's Tamareno. Boys, and they're racing from the center. Johnny B. Gony popped nicely. So did his stablemate, Frosty View, to the inside. And the Burnt Runners go 1-2 in the middle stages of the backstretch, and they're running away from Carpe Gold. Outside of that is Got Ghosted. Then it's Mo Mesa. That firster is finding his feet about 6 lengths behind Frosty View. 3.5 after that to Riding Solo. That one's to the inside of Commissioner Oscar, who is a half length clear from Ben's Lake Thunder. Then we come back to Latin Force, way back in last. Incredible Victor, well strung out with a 1/4 mile to go. Frosty View is giving the stablemate a view from about a length ahead, maybe a length and a half. Johnny B. Gony working very hard with those white blinkers to the outside. Frosty View, the firster, starts shifting ground. After that, we have Mo Mesa into the final 125. Frosty View and Johnny B. Gony. It's a burnt civil war that goes to Johnny B. Gony. 6-1-3 in race 6.
the pick 5 started with a 1-5 shot, but we asked everybody to be patient. We thought races 5 and 6 had some upset potential, and long shots go boom, boom to win those middle 2 legs. Now you get 2 more big hurdles to overcome, and I got to be honest, this one looks like a very tricky race. If the 7 doesn't win, and we'll talk about the 7, this horse has had plenty of chances. I legitimately think anybody else in this race can win if it's not the 7. So keep that in mind when you're betting those exactas and trifectas. If you bet a trifecta and the 7's on top, it's probably not going to pay very much. If you bet a trifecta and the 7's second or third and somebody else wins, then things get interesting. Let's handicap together. I'm going to try for an upset. I'm going to try for a horse that I think will be double digits when they get in the gate. Jockey looking for his first win ever. It's all coming together for Cat on the Prowl. I'm looking for a perfect trip. Sorry for the dad joke. All right, Speed from the hedge with a horse that looks last time like he's starting to figure it out. These are maidens. They haven't won yet. So you're looking for upside. And I saw some upside with this horse. Ramblin' Gamblin' Man won that race for Brucey Rican, and the horse was 1-5. So can't fault this horse for getting beat by double-digit lengths. Looks okay in the paddock, some good energy. I want to see Mr. Carmona on the lead, on the engine early, and try to take him all the way in the front end at 11-1. 2 is Found Jordan. I bet this horse last time. It was an aorta smasher, as the late, great Dark Star would say. Did all the right things, came charging down the stretch, and lost a photo. In good form, should be rolling late. Virginia Peters, you get Yaloa. You got a lot of positives here, including some great form right now. Can't believe this horse is 8-1. Absolutely, positively will be on my trifecta box tickets. 3 is Causeway Surprise. The Super Statsy Dave, the tip sheet guy, loves this horse. Turf to dirt, has faced some tough competition, has stalking speed. Another horse like the 2 that I'm going to mix into my trifecta box. I'm using 1, 2, and 3 on that box with the 7, trying to hit the trifecta. I think all 3 of those inside horses have a chance to overcome their odds. Next in line is the 4. Who does it better? Lindy Wade gets the call here for Brucey Rican. I heard whispers on the backside that the horse has been galloping well. Might have been Miss Rachel. We'll see. Horse 3rd career start, turf to dirt. Awesome guy training here, too. We love Bruce Rican. 5 is Dakota Knight. Gallardo, such a good young jockey. Boy, I've been talking about him a lot. He just did it again. He's got 2 wins on the card. He's got a horse here with stalking speed, and he's nearly 5-1. 6 is Imagine Dragon. Kelsey Haar gets the call. This horse in from Fargo, a Fargo shipper, you say. Jockey is known for bringing in long shots. Now, we finally get to talk about the 7. Best speed figures, trainer that's on fire. Won the training title last year, one of the best trainers in the Midwest in Joel Burnt, and his go-to guy, Constantino Roman. There are oodles of positives. Before you unload your wallet, do know this. Lost last time at even money. Lost at 2-1. Lost at 8-5. Lost at 4-5. Lost at 1-2. Lost at 4-5. So this horse has been getting bet and just not getting over the hump. Maybe tonight's the night, but I wouldn't spend your mortgage if you're going to bet this horse to win. Absolutely, though, total surprise is the horse to beat. Next in line is the 8 Reds, Mr. Z. Sosa gets the call here. Don't love the post, but does have stalking speed. And number 9, Prestigiously Wild. Erica Murray just had a quick conversation with her. She's okay after getting pitched at the gate. She's a good long shot jockey. I think this 9 horse is sneaky if the horse can avoid being too wide throughout the journey. Minnesota bred maidens, who can you bet here? Is it total surprise or is it a long shot? The pick 5 intrigue is building. We've got lottery news in the winner's circle. We're going to be giving away free money with my man Kip. So stay tuned for that. Right now, the call to the post. They come onto the track for the late double.
Here they come for the 7th. No scratches.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, directing your attention to the winner's circle. Look at this beautiful crowd. These are the lucky winners from the Minnesota State Lottery. Here's how this works. They have a horse that they've been assigned to. If the horse is victorious, they get $50 in scratch-off tickets. That could be hundreds, maybe thousands of dollars. Second and third get a swag bag. Who knows what's inside that swag bag? It's going to be good if it's from the lottery. Need your name and where you're from.
Emmy Hagberg, I'm from Minnetonka, and we're here for number 1.
Let's go with those skippers on the 1. I'm with you on that one. Your name?
Colby Schockmeyer from Waconia. We got number 2.
I love Lola's on the Lake. We'll see if your horse can outrun those odds. Big chance for that horse. Your name?
I'm Betty from Smithville, Texas.
Are you a Cowboy fan?
Yeah.
Oh, a Cowboy fan. That works well with Viking fans. Get her out of here. All right, next.
I'm Jordan from Chaska, Soar Hawks.
Go Hawks, go. Good luck with your horse. Your name?
Mike Hartkoff, Waconia.
Waconia. Love your lake. Was on that lake last night. Your name?
I'm Edward Howersler. I'm from Wyoming. Go Pokes, baby!
Let's go Pokes. We don't care about the Pokes, but we're happy for you. Josh Allen's my guy.
Ah!
Wow. Okay, your name?
Jessica from Shakopee.
A local.
Yeah, lucky number 7.
And you got the favorite. The people believe that you're going to be the big winner. Your name?
Ted Roberts, Champaign, Illinois.
Uh-oh. Champaign, Illinois. Our guy up top running our TV department is the biggest gopher rube in the country. Your team came in here last year and beat his team. Stay away from Johnny the Mouse. Ooh. Your name?
Brittany Olson from Waconia.
A lot of Waconia people. Wish them good luck. You can bet their horse and cash with them. Thank you to the Minnesota State Lottery for your great sponsorship of our racing product, and good luck to these lovely humans.
It is now post time for the 7th, our Saturday penultimate. Family Day tomorrow at 1 o'clock. Then back at it Wednesday at 5. CanterburyPark.com. To learn more, we are in deep stretch of the 2023 season. Causeway Surprise, make that Causeway Surprise, has gone in. Total Surprise, 3-5 in favor. Next in, Who Does It Better? In. Almost. In. With Reds Mr. Z. Last one, Prestigiously Wild. 9 in a line. And they're racing. Dakota Knight at 0 for 16 wins the start. Cat on the Prowl comes purring through on the inside. And now outside of that, Imagine Dragon is battling for the lead. We have 3 astern around the turn. And Prestigiously Wild makes it a line of 4 as they come to the 6 furlong mark with 3/4 of a mile to go. The top 4 separated by about 1.5. Total Surprise, the favorite, is sneaking through to the inside to be 3 out of it to the inside of Reds Mr. Z. They're about 5-6 clear from Found Jordan, who's attempting to run away from Causeway Surprise. After that, back in last is Who Does It Better? 11 from front to back, and we have a 2-pronged pace battle into the far turn. It is Dakota Knight to the outside of Cat on the Prowl. Right behind them is Total Surprise, beginning to angle to the outside to make it a line of 3. And behind them, Found Jordan is looking decent, about 3 lengths from the front, and 1.5 clear from Causeway Surprise. Those 5 are separated by 5, and they have a 1/4 of a mile to go. Total Surprise, the favorite, is taking the lead by a neck, and to the inside, Dakota Knight continues to fight on. Cat on the Prowl is doing the moonwalk. Found Jordan is finding stride to the outside, and now they're in the final furlong. It is Dakota Knight. Outside of that, Found Jordan is looking to find money. Total Surprise between them. Cat on the Prowl resurgent to the inside. Total Surprise grinds out a victory. 7-2-1 in race 7. Number 7, Total Surprise first. 7-2-1 and a 4th place photo. Dakota Knight fourth. Into the winner's enclosure, the maiden breaking Total Surprise and Constantino Roman. The winning owners, Lothenbach Stables. And winning his fourth race this evening is trainer Joe Burnt. He's our leading trainer. This one is a 3-year-old bay son of Distorted Humor out of Ambusher, bred in Minnesota by Lothenbach Stables. Official. The 8th is our final live race. No scratches, no rider changes. To the gate about 20 minutes from now. And they're racing. Dakota Knight at 0 for 16 wins the start. Cat on the Prowl comes purring through on the inside. And now outside of that, Imagine Dragon is battling for the lead. We have 3 astern around the turn. And Prestigiously Wild makes it a line of 4 as they come to the 6 furlong mark with 3/4 of a mile to go. The top 4 separated by about 1.5. Total Surprise, the favorite, is sneaking through to the inside to be 3 out of it to the inside of Red's Mr. Z. They're about 5-6 clear from Found Jordan, who's attempting to run away from Causeway Surprise. After that, back in last is Who Does It Better. 11 from front to back, and we have a 2-pronged pace battle into the far turn. It is Dakota Knight to the outside of Cat on the Prowl. Right behind them is Total Surprise, beginning to angle to the outside to make it a line of 3. And behind them, Found Jordan is looking decent, about 3 lengths from the front and 1.5 clear from Causeway Surprise. Those 5 are separated by 5, and they have a 1/4 of a mile to go. Total Surprise, the favorite, is taking the lead by a neck. And to the inside, Dakota Knight continues to fight on. Cat on the Prowl is doing the moonwalk. Found Jordan is finding stride to the outside, and now they're in the final furlong. It is Dakota Knight. Outside of that, Found Jordan is looking to find money. Total Surprise between them. Cat on the Prowl resurgent to the inside. Total Surprise grinds out a victory. 7-2-1 in race 7.
Welcome to the Press Box. I'm Kevin Gorg, joined by part of the STEAM team, Miss Angela Herman. And, we love the fact that Canterbury has great opportunities for wagering. This pick 5 is overpaying, which it tends to always do. Joel Burnt is on fire, and got a couple 1-5s, yet the pick 5s are still paying because of our 10% takeout.
Right.
But we have a lot of pride in handicapping these races, and we have that grid of handicappers. One of our handicappers is trying to do the impossible. When you go to a baseball game, you're looking for either a no-hitter or a perfect game to say, holy cow, we saw something extraordinary. Young lady by the name of Tammy Poplar. We call her T-Pop. She'll be on the grid. You'll see her picks each and every race. She's a perfect 7 for 7 through 7, and she's got the 4-horse here. It has never happened. We've been racing since 1985, nearly 40 years of data. No handicapper has swept the card. T-Pop needs the 4, Angela. The 4 looks like Lone Speed. The trainer's so hot you could cook a steak on his forehead. And, oh, by the way, you love the horse.
I do. Red Sense last time lost Israel Hernandez in the midst of a speed duel, and that was going shorter. That was going 6.5. Tonight they go a mile, and Red Sense showing that same kind of speed should at least be showing the way for a good, 3-4 furlongs. We'll see what kind of pressure he gets, because Tiger Hunter to his inside, Unique Path to his inside, even maybe Glendale getting off the turf course and dropping in class, and Big Pete all probably want to go up and try to do the same thing. Now, Red Sense being to the outside of most of those horses, I thought would stand an advantage. He could also fall into a wide trip. It's one of 2, but my main goal in the 8th, I guess, was to take some shots against Glendale coming off the turf course, just because this horse's dirt races aren't the same. So you have Glendale second. You have Tiger Hunter on top, but we both seem to have the same school of thoughts. We both like Tiger Hunter a little bit. What would be your ideal trip for your top selection?
Well, I trust Alonso Quinones to make the right choice, but I actually think this horse sits off the pace. I see a lot of speed. I think the 3 has speed. I know the 4 has speed. I think the 7 off the turf might show that speed you just talked about, and I'm not convinced that the 4 or the 5 horse isn't that far back. In a perfect world, I think Tiger Hunter sits a length back and pounces, but he has to let the race come to him. If they don't send the 4 and the lead falls into his lap, this horse is more than capable. I thought the horse ran a pretty good race last time, a sneaky good race. We're past the cat, came from nowhere, and he was up dueling on the front end. There's no doubt. Joel Burnt is on fire. He's a phenomenal trainer, and if this 4 horse gets loose on the front end, he's going to be a handful to catch. I still believe, though, horses at prices can win this race. And one of those horses at a big price right now is the 3, Unique Path. This horse, to me, I think has a legitimate shot to upset the apple cart.
If Red Sense wasn't immediately to his outside and Big Pete wasn't immediately to his inside, I would love it. I would like Unique Path in a further outside post because he's a big dude. So if Unique Path gets stuck behind horses, he's not a horse that you can really stop and start that easily just by virtue of his size. He looked good down in the paddock, and he's 14-1. I did use this horse on a pick 5 that I put together, but Unique Path would need some things to break his way. He would need some horses that typically show speed not to show as much speed, because this horse's better races have come when he's stayed close to slow paces. That's a lot of ifs, but Unique Path in this kind of race does have that weapon to him, and you can't count on consistency from all of these. So spreading out and covering your options with horses on the chance that they might run one of their big ones is why Unique Path is involved for me. De Ghost is also involved for me. De Ghost is 8-1. I would expect that to drop, but this is one of those horses that can throw in a big one out of nowhere. And we talked about one Bernal Roan horse. We'll talk about the other. De Ghost. Do you think this horse will just pick up the pieces if they melt down, or do you think that Hernandez keeps him a little closer again?
I think the pace is going to be honest, and I think if the pace falls apart, this is by far and away the most likely winner. The Ghost, to me, is a horse sitting on a win. Ran a good second last time. Wasn't as far back as Past the Cat, who had that advantage in a race that completely collapsed in mid-stretch, but I think the 5 is way too big a price right now.
No, that's very fair. I mean, basically, yeah, we saw this very similarly. The last time the favorite was on dirt, he was second. Credit to him. The field that came in behind him is 1 for 60 since that race. So we're going to take some shots against him, as you can see on the board. Lots of us on board with Tiger Hunter and Red Sense. T-Pop's looking to go 8 for 8. Wow. We find out if she's going to do it in 9 minutes. Kevin, what do you think?
History in the making, folks. I want that 4 on the lead. I want to be sweating with T-Pop. It's never happened in the history of Canterbury Downs or Canterbury Park. Can a handicapper sweep the card? We find out in 9 minutes. T-Pop looking to go 8 for 8 with the 4 on the front. Good luck, everybody. Back tomorrow for Pepsi Family Day at 1. Can't wait to see you again.
Sir Leonard Dykert brings them onto the track for the 8th. We are 7 minutes from it. They've reached the gate. It's post time. Two back. Red Sense, 3.5 to 1. Public Opinion, 9 to 1. 8 in the gate for race 8. And they're racing. Rough beginning for Glendale. Glendale pinched and went back to last at 3 to 1. Great beginning for Big Pete, coming up big with that early speed. And Big Pete at 8 to 1 grabs the lead as they corner for the first time. Unique Path is next. Then we come to Red Sense. That one's 3 lengths from kind of a hot early pace. After that, Tiger Hunter to the inside of De Ghost, who is 1 length clear from the White Horse, Texas Hold'em. Then it's Glendale, and Public Opinion is last of all. Up the barn side, Big Pete and Kelsey trying to steal it in upset fashion. It is Big Pete leading it by 2. Unique Path lays second to the inside of Red Sense. Outside of that, De Ghost continues to steadily advance, doing so wide, and Tiger Hunter's on the prowl to the inside. After that, we have Texas Hold'em. That one is between runners and about 4 or 5 lengths from the lead. After that, Glendale being shaken up, 7 out of it, and Public Opinion still last about 9 from the front, and the front still belongs to Big Pete. It's Big Pete leading it from Unique Path, and they've run away by 2, maybe 3 lengths from Red Sense. Likewise for Tiger Hunter. Outside of that, De Ghost. Texas Hold'em is in need of a check raise, about 7 from the front, and it's Big Pete still leading it clearly. Big Pete pounds away with a 2.5 length lead. Unique Path outside, De Ghost finishing okay. Then we come back to Public Opinion on the outside, but Big Pete has stolen it, and Big Pete takes them wire to wire. Number 2, Big Pete ran first, 2-5-3-1. We also had a claim in race number 8. Claim information forthcoming. Number 7, Glendale was claimed. Number 7, Glendale claimed for $7,500. Joe Roberts is the new trainer. Eighth official. Big prices too. Exacta $48 for a buck. 50-cent trifecta, $270.70. 10-cent superfecta, 2531. 186.23 for a dime. The final double, $15.70. Final pick 3, 129.10. The final pick 4, $486.60. And the pick 5 paid $9.03 and a nickel. Big Pete gets the money with jockey Kelsey Haar. Big Pete is owned by Victor Morales and the winning trainer, Tony Rengstorff. Head to the casino at Canterbury Park, play some blackjack or one of the other games we offer. Otherwise, racing resumes tomorrow at 1 o'clock. And they're racing. Rough beginning for Glendale. Glendale pinched and went back to last at 3-1. Great beginning for Big Pete, coming up big with that early speed. And Big Pete at 8-1 grabs the lead as they corner for the first time. Unique Path is next. Then we come to Red Sense. That one's 3 lengths from kind of a hot early pace. After that, Tiger Hunter to the inside of De Ghost, who is 1 length clear from the White Horse, Texas Hold'em. Then it's Glendale, and Public Opinion is last of all. Up the barn side, Big Pete and Kelsey trying to steal it in upset fashion. It is Big Pete leading it by 2. Unique Path lays second to the inside of Red Sense. Outside of that, De Ghost continues to steadily advance, doing so wide, and Tiger Hunter's on the prowl to the inside. After that, we have Texas Hold'em. That one is between runners and about 4 or 5 lengths from the lead. After that, Glendale being shaken up, 7 out of it, and Public Opinion still last about 9 from the front, and the front still belongs to Big Pete. It's Big Pete leading it from Unique Path, and they've run away by 2, maybe 3 lengths from Red Sense. Likewise for Tiger Hunter. Outside of that, De Ghost. Texas Hold'em is in need of a check raise, about 7 from the front, and it's Big Pete still leading it clearly. Big Pete pounds away with a 2.5 length lead. Unique Path outside, De Ghost finishing okay. Then we come back to Public Opinion on the outside, but Big Pete has stolen it, and Big Pete takes them wire to wire.